representatives of government and maritime institutions, members of academia, media, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning to all of you. It is both a profound honor for me, Dr. Waqasia Naeem, representing the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the proceedings of the Day 2 of the 4th International Maritime Conference 2026. Today, under the distinguished theme, Water for the Future, Navigating the Green and Blue Economy through Sustainable Water Conservation, we gather here not merely for dialogue, but for direction, not merely for discussion, but for decisive intellectual engagement towards sustainable maritime governance. Your esteemed presence here, it lends dignity and depth to this learned gathering. To formally commence the proceedings, I respectfully request our eminent dignitaries to kindly grace the stage. Their leadership, scholarship, and national service, it embody the spirit of this conference. So may I humbly invite Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director, Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, Rear Admiral Javed Iqbal, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, President, National Institute of Maritime Affairs, Rear Admiral Atikur Rahman Abid, Sitara-e-Imtiaz Military, General Manager Operations and former Chairman, Karachi Port Trust, Karachi. And last but not the least, the Honorable Umar Zafar Sheikh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, kindly join me in welcoming our distinguished dignitaries with a gracious round of applause. So please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Holy Quran reminds of humanity's role as custodians of the earth. A message profoundly aligned with today's theme of sustainable conservation. And we begin this auspicious gathering in the name of Almighty Allah, seeking divine guidance for wisdom, foresight, and responsible stewardship of natural resources. I now invite Mr. Ikram Rabbani to recite verses from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والعصر إن الإنسان لفي خسر إلا الذين آمنوا وعملوا الصالحات وتواصوا بالحق وتواصوا بالصبر صدق الله العظيم. قصیدہ بردہ شریف کے 2-3 اشعار. مولاي صل وسلم دائما अला हबीबिका खैरिल खल्क़ि कुल्लिहिमी मुहम्मदुन सय्यिदुल कौनैनि व सक़लैन मुहम्मदुन सय्यिदुल कौनैनि व सक़लैनि वल फ़रीक़ैनि मिन उर्बिन व मिन अजमी मौलाया सल्ली व सल्लिम दाइमन अबदन अला हबीबिका खैरिल खल्क़ि कुल्लिहिमी हुवल हबीबुल्लज़ी तुरजा शफ़ाअतुहु हुवल हबीबुल्लज़ी तुरजा शफ़ाअतुहु लिकुल्ली हौलिम मिनल्लाहि मुक़्तहिमी मौलाया सल्ली व सल्लिम दाइमन अबदन अला हबीबिका खैरिल खल्क़ि कुल्लिहिमी।
Jazakallah. Distinguished guests, just as the sea connects distant horizons with the strength and continuity, our nation stands united in shared purpose and resolve. Let us honor that enduring spirit and kindly rise for the national anthem of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. Now I may request Rear Admiral Muhammad Khalid, Hilal Imtiaz Military, sir, please be seated on stage. Dear audience, like a vessel guided by vision and a steady compass, institutions chart their journey through commitment and excellence. The documentaries you are about to view, it presents the journey and contributions of Minhaj University, Lahore and Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs in advancing academic distinction and maritime leadership. So kindly turn your attention to the screens.
The dream of success begins with a single step, a desire to learn, to grow, and to create a life of purpose. Minhaj University Lahore turns that first step into a journey of transformation and triumph. Since 1986, this university has opened its doors to curious minds and aspiring hearts, equipping them with not only knowledge, but also values, skills, and the courage to lead. Here, classrooms spark creativity, laboratories nurture discovery, and a vibrant campus life builds character and lifelong friendships. Guided by the revolutionary vision of Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Mohammed Tahir Al-Qadri, visionary leadership of Deputy Chairman Professor Dr. Hussain Mohiuddin Qadri, and relentless dedication of Vice Chancellor Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Minhaj University Lahore has become a home for inquisitive minds and bold spirits. Minhaj University Lahore consists of more than 15,000 students, 700 permanent and adjunct faculty members, over 400 PhDs, 11 faculties, 36 schools, 16 research centres, and publishes 12 journals with one shared purpose: to create leaders who will ameliorate society.
Minhaj University Lahore, founded in 1986 by Sheikhul Islam Professor Dr. Muhammad Tahir Al-Qadri, is certainly a place where academic excellence and innovation meet discipline, character building, and altruism. MUL is a distinguished university of Pakistan, committed to providing more than just education. It offers a holistic experience that nurtures the intellectual, professional, and spiritual growth of its students. Minhaj University is the place where curiosity and thirst for learning have fully embraced diverse academic offerings, Pakistan's first robotic fully automated library, and dozens of internationally renowned research centers. Minhaj University has precisely filled up gaps through its unique and progressive initiatives and emerged as a trend-setter institution of Pakistan.
Here, learning transcends classrooms through regularly conducted seminars, educational visits, guest lectures, and community activities, which also connect the students to real-world experiences and awaken a sense of responsibility towards humanity. Our competent faculty is our pride, who act as mentors and guides, shaping the students' character, helping them discover their potential and purpose. As a result of our faculty's dexterity, students embrace diversity, learning empathy, respect, and ethical values that will anchor them throughout their lives. Our state-of-the-art laboratories are built with innovation. From ingeniously equipped science labs to advanced TV and radio studios, students are encouraged to think critically, to experiment, and to lead the future of research and technology. The Ibn Sina Library and Resource Centre at Minhaj University Lahore is one of its kind, with its vast treasure of books, digital access, and robotic services that empower scholars to push the boundaries of knowledge and help them bring their ideas to life. Along with immense focus on pursuit of knowledge, MUL emphasizes on connecting to spirituality as well. Our spiritual community offers essential connections and infuses spiritual values into the physical world, fostering healing of the mind, body, heart, and spirit, while supporting students' personal growth.
Welcome to Minhaj University Lahore, where knowledge inspires excellence and excellence shapes the future of students, to nurturing knowledge that transforms lives and create lasting impact. Here, education goes beyond classrooms. It inspires critical thinking, creativity, and compassion. Our goal is not only to teach, but also to build character, kindness, and tolerance in our youth through advanced research, industry partnership, and global collaborations. Minhaj University also empowers students to turn ideas into meaningful contribution to society. Together, we are building a vibrant academic community where knowledge leads to leadership, diversity, and learning becomes a lifelong journey. Minhaj University Lahore has always worked to bring conducive environment where understanding and harmony thrives alongside academic pursuit to bring knowledge and clarity of global issues.
Campus life at MUL is vibrant. On our vast sports fields and picturesque cultural events, our students find unity, discipline and joy, becoming not only skilled professionals but also well-rounded individuals. From health-consciously prepared meals at our cafeterias to memories made with friends, every moment at MUL shapes lives beyond the classroom. The Directorate of Student Affairs nurtures the abilities of the students by offering a vibrant and healthy learning environment where they feel at home, ease in pursuing their dreams. From career guidance to academic advising and counselling support to financial aid assistance, these services are provided to address the diverse needs of students to ensure maximum student retention and facilitation, as we believe strong nations are built by strong and balanced minds.
Minhaj University Lahore has been providing a wide range of degree programs while focusing on micro-credentials and job-ready skills. Job-ready skills are the need for the industry and better job placement of the students. The university has a very strong relationship with the industry. Minhaj University Lahore has a good number of MOUs signed for international collaboration with international organizations and universities. Minhaj University Lahore ensures a better experience, international experience and exposure for its students through these international collaborations with universities. Minhaj University Lahore has a very active and successful ORIC department that facilitates the students and the faculty in research and development. The university has a very well-established incubation center, which is known as Minhaj Center for Startups and Entrepreneurship. This center provides facilities for the students to take their ideas to a mature company. The university provides them mentorship and different training workshops to increase their exposure related to a company.
Minhaj University Lahore is not only responsible for providing quality education, but also ensuring that every student has equal opportunities to succeed. Recognizing the importance of financial stability in students' lives, we're dedicated to facilitate the deserving with financial support and need-based scholarships. With financial aid and scholarships, including awards honouring great personalities like Baba Guru Nanak, Sir Ganga Ram and Ruth Pafu, we ensure opportunity for all, regardless of status and circumstances. More than a place of learning, MUL is a community, a family, dedicated to shaping compassionate leaders who can guide our society toward a brighter future. Welcome to Minhaj University Lahore, where the story of success begins.
Welcome to the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs at Minhaj University Lahore, where the oceans meet innovation.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, widely known as CRIMA, was established at Minhaj University Lahore on 8th June 2021. Since then, the center is committed to advancing the concept of blue economy, promoting sustainable practices that not only boost the economic growth, but also preserve our maritime resources for coming generations.
Let's navigate through the endless possibilities offered by the seas and explored by CRIMA.
The main objectives of this uniquely established research center are to abreast our new generations with untapped resources of blue economy, to provide effective policy insights to public and private sector organizations for the betterment of Pakistan through productive research, to encourage participation of Pakistani entrepreneurs mainly in shipping industry, port management, logistics management, forward and clearance companies, etc.
The idea of establishing CRIMA in hinterland serves many crucial objectives.
Additionally, it is to provide relevant expertise to promote maritime awareness, scientific knowledge through a number of seminars, symposiums, workshops, and national and international conference, as well as by publishing quarterly newsletter, Nautical Eye, and biannual journal, Journal of Nautical Eye and Strategic Studies.
The center is dedicated to bringing the maritime world closer to inland communities through education, research, and community engagement.
We at Karima engage in a variety of activities to advance knowledge and skills in maritime sector. We foster knowledge exchange through our advocacy and outreach programs like seminars, conferences, and events aimed at raising awareness about the maritime issues, to promote sustainable practices, and to advocate the policies that can benefit maritime sector. And by engaging in such educational and research initiatives, Karima aims to play a vital role in shaping the future of the maritime sector, driving innovation and addressing the challenges faced by Pakistan and the world around.
Our mission is to foster a deeper understanding and appreciation of maritime heritage, promote sustainable marine practices, and facilitate innovation in maritime technologies. The center promotes collaborative research projects between academic institutions, industry, and government agencies to address critical maritime challenges.
Karima intends to bridge the gap between academia, professionals, and industry by developing collaboration and knowledge exchange for the maritime sector. Whereas the Karima mission is to bring the maritime affairs to limelight, and I'm glad to share that the academia has now begun to think that there is much more to be accomplished in this critical domain of the blue economy, especially in Pakistan.
Thank you so much. It is now my profound honor to invite a visionary leader whose stewardship continues to strengthen the intellectual and research foundations of Minhaj University, Lahore. Under his dynamic leadership, the university has expanded its academic excellence, international engagement, and research innovation across diverse disciplines, especially maritime affairs. Now, I respectfully invite Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, to deliver the welcome address. Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad.
Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Honorable flag officers, excellencies, esteemed keynote speakers, distinguished panelists, respective deans, head of the departments, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Minhaj University, Lahore, I extend a very warm welcome to all of you at the 4th International Maritime Conference. It's a great honor that we all have joined today, once again to discuss the challenges and opportunities in maritime domain. The theme of this year's conference, Water for the Future, Navigating the Green and Blue Economy through Sustainable Water Conservation, is profound and contemporary and consequential. Ladies and gentlemen, at Minhaj University, Lahore, we are committed to provide a platform for scholarly debate, innovation, and research in maritime sectors through Karima. This conference has been convened because the future of green and blue economy depends upon how effectively we conserve, govern, and value waters today. Indeed, water systems sustain agriculture, industry, and urban life, yet they are strained by inefficient use, limited recycling, and fragmented policies. At the same time, Pakistan blue economy, our coastline, fisheries, ports, maritime trade faces mounting threats from pollution, biodiversity losses, unsafe industrial practices, and the growing impacts of climate change. Treating these domains separately is no longer viable. Their interdependence demands a unified and strategic approach. Over the course of this conference, we will engage with critical question that shapes Pakistan's water future. We will examine inland water resource policies and governance, explore community-based conservation strategies, and deliberate on more effective flood and drought management. We will also discuss inland water recycling and water harvesting as an essential tool for the sustainability and comfort use of challenges of drinking water management in Pakistan's urban centers. Equally important, this conference places a strong emphasis on the blue economy. Discussions on maritime pollution, biodiversity, conservation, and environmental threats to Pakistan coastline will highlight the urgent need for responsible stewardship of our marine resources. Sessions on deep-sea mining, shipbreaking practices, maritime safety, and international maritime law will also encourage informed and balanced perspective that align economic opportunities with environmental protection. The dialogue on green shipping and emerging maritime regulations aims to position Pakistan within global efforts towards sustainable and climate-resilient maritime trade. The purpose of bringing together from academia, industry, ports, government organization is very clear. Because the water challenges are complex and interconnected, they cannot be addressed in isolation. Academia provides the research, innovation, and evidence-based insight, whereas the industry and ports authorities, they contribute operational experiences, technological solutions, and investment opportunities. The government institutions and the ministries hold the mandate to regulate, coordinate, and implement these policies. This conference creates a shared space where these strengths can be converged, enabling informed deliberations and practical collaborations. This is not a traditional gathering. It's a working forum designed to generate tangible outcomes, policy recommendations, cross-sectors, partnerships, and actionable pathways for sustainable water conservations within both green and blue economy framework. The true success of this conference be measured by the ability to influence the decision makers, strengthen institutional capacity, and contribute to long-term water security. Before I conclude, I would like to make a special request to all the officials and the industry experts who are present here, the port authorities, the academia, and the government agencies gathered here today. We invite you to consider this not merely as an event, but as your own conference, a shared platform shared by your expertise, commitment, and continued engagement. To institutionalize these collective efforts, we propose that this should be considered as a formation of a forum, and a committee should be formed that will deliberate on the theme of each year's conference, respond to emerging national and global maritime challenges, and guide the community of this dialogue. This dialogue should continue once forever. So we want your cooperation. You all should sit together and decide what should we discuss in this forum. It is our vision that the community will convert IMC every year in Minhaj University, Lahore, strengthening this conference as a permanent forum for knowledge exchange, policy engagement, and solution-oriented collaboration. The CREMA can act as a permanent secretariat of this forum. So I propose that we should adopt this as a forum for collaboration. Ladies and gentlemen, water is a foundation of life, development of sustainability. The choices we make now will determine whether water becomes a source of resilience or as a catalyst for crisis. Let this conference make a collective commitment to foresight, cooperation, and shared ownership. I wish you a productive deliberation and meaningful outcome of this conference. I am confident the deliberations during the panel discussions will generate insights that not only advance the academic discourse, but also inform policy, industry practices, and future research agencies across the Islamic world and beyond. At the end, I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the organizing committees, media, IT, admin teams, students, and faculty who have worked tirelessly to make this event a success story. My special thanks to our sponsors, including Karachi Port Trust, Port Qasim Authority, Pakistan National Shipping Corporation, Maritime Research and Development Association, and Vital Tea. I am also deeply grateful to our collaborators, especially National Institute of Maritime Affairs, the Center of Diplomatic and Strategic Affairs, BlueNet Plus, Pakistan International Freight Forwarders Association, Lahore Marina Boat Club, University of Veteran and Animal Sciences, Lahore College for Women University, Kannauj College for Women, and many more. Once again, I warmly welcome you all to Minhaj University, Lahore. May this conference be a source of meaningful dialogue, intellectual inspiration, and collective progress. Let us engage in meaningful discussions, set new normals, and work towards a better green and blue economic future of Pakistan. Thank you very much. Pakistan Zindabad.
Thank you so much, sir, for your gracious and inspiring remarks that have set a dignified tone for today's proceeding. And definitely, we need to have some collaborative effort to achieve the sustainable conservation of the blue and the green economy in Pakistan. Ladies and gentlemen, every meaningful conference is anchored in a clear vision and a strategic direction. The driving force behind this maritime platform has consistently worked to promote scholarly dialogue, policy engagement, and maritime awareness at both national and international levels. Now, it's my honor to invite Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director, Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs at Minhaj University, Lahore, to formally introduce the conference theme and objectives. Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Good morning and Assalamu alaikum. Worthy Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University Lahore, Honorable Chief Guest, distinguished guest of honor, esteemed keynote speakers, respected panelists, worthy deans and heads of departments, valued faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. It is both an honor and privilege to welcome you all to the 4th International Maritime Conference, which is themed on the Water for the Future, Navigating the Green and Blue Economy through Sustainable Water Conservation, which is being organized by the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs at Minhaj University, Lahore. This theme is timely and critically important and closely aligned with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 6, which is on clean water and sanitation, SDG 13, which is on clean water sanitation, and which is, and the goal number 13 is on climate action, and SDG 14, which is on life below water. This alignment has been important as the Minhaj University Lahore has been awarded with the title of United Nations Academic Impact. In the era marked by climate uncertainty, water stress, and marine degradation, this conference provides a vital platform to deliberate a sustainable pathway for our shared future. We are delighted to share that the conference has received an overwhelming response from research community, with more than 70 research papers submitted from scholars across the globe. Due to scarcity of time, 14 high-quality research papers have been selected for presentation in our technical sessions.
Additionally, more than 15 keynote speeches, addresses by the guest of honors, and a chief guest address will be deliberated by renowned experts from the prestigious organizations, particularly from Dalian Maritime University, China, National Water Research Center, Egypt, University of Poland, World Maritime University, Sweden, Malaysia, and Pakistan. Furthermore, the experts from the policy-making departments, think tanks, and academia will explore the conference theme in depth through 2 high-level panel discussions. We are especially proud that this conference has encouraged young researchers who will showcase their research work through 40 poster presentations. These poster presentations are exhibited in lawn in front of this Ibn Sina library. I warmly welcome all the guests and the participants to visit these presentations and support our emerging scholars. The 4th National International Maritime Conference spans 2 days of the scholarly engagement and dialogue. On the first day, we have hosted 5 keynote speeches, 2 guest of honor addresses, and a chief guest address. 2 technical sessions has been taken place. The first technical session focused on the sub-theme, which is on marine pollution and water waste management, where the 7 scholars have presented their research findings. The second session explored urban water management with smart technologies and water quality control, featuring presentations from 7 distinguished researchers. On the second day, 5 keynote speeches, 2 guest of honor addresses, and a chief guest address will further illuminate the conference theme. We are honored to include a virtual keynote speech from the World Maritime University, Sweden. In addition, 2 expert panel discussions will be conducted. The first panel will deliberate on the green economy through sustainable water conservation, and the second will focus on the blue economy through sustainable water conservation. The conference would conclude with a presentation of a formal conference declaration reflecting our collective commitment and strategic recommendations. In closing, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all our distinguished speakers, panelists, researchers, participants, collaborators, and organizing team members. Your presence, insights, and commitment make this conference not merely an academic gathering and dialogue, but a meaningful step towards sustainable water stewardship and maritime resilience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for articulating the vision and strategic importance of this distinguished gathering. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we're moving towards our first keynote speaker. He is a distinguished maritime strategist and a respected thought leader in national maritime affairs. His extensive experience in naval service and maritime policy formulation has significantly contributed to strengthening Pakistan's maritime discourse. It is a great honor to invite Rear Admiral Javed Iqbal, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military, President, National Institute of Maritime Affairs, Islamabad, to deliver the keynote speech. Rear Admiral Javed Iqbal, Hilal-e-Imtiaz Military.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Mr. Umar Zafar Sheikh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Professor Dr. S.M. Shahzad, distinguished guests, faculty, students. I thank Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, and the Director Karima for the opportunity to deliver this keynote address. Indeed, NEMA that I had and the Karima here at Minhaj are the 2 premier think tanks in the maritime domain, promoting original research and scholarship through synergy of novel perspectives. I've titled my today's keynote address as Perspectives on Blue Economy Amidst Evolving Maritime Security Paradigm, because I think that maritime security and blue economy go hand in hand. And also that this conference is being organized at a very critical juncture in human history. That is when the international world order faces an imminent rupture. Ladies and gentlemen, erosion of rules-based international order is the most defining feature of global security architecture today. It directly affects maritime security as well as the blue economy, as the freedom of navigation and right to free trade at high seas are under grave risk. Together with 90% dependence on the seaborne trade, the undersea cables that carry almost 100% of the world's data and the emerging coastal and offshore infrastructure have become the new strategic vulnerabilities. We are now truly living in a maritime century. The centrality of oceans to human civilization is rising exponentially. Climate consciousness has shifted focus to blue economy, that is the sustainable use of the ocean resources. Green practices such as decarbonization of shipping, regenerative and sustainable fishing and aquaculture, and responsible use of the mineral resources lying at and below the surface of the seabed have assumed prime importance. Ladies and gentlemen, maritime trade volumes are set to triple by 2050. That is 25 years down the line. And in tandem, the blue crime, the illegal use of the oceans is also rising. And we see dark ships and shadow fleets all around. As the world's center of gravity rapidly shifts from the Euro-Atlantic to Asia-Pacific, its maritime pivot squarely resides in the Indian Ocean. Renewed relevance of the oceans for power projection and geoeconomic competition can be gleaned from few strategic developments, first of which is the 21st century maritime Silk Road, which is knitting a community of shared interests. As Shanghai Cooperation Organization, or the SCO, matures rapidly under threat of US unilateralism, we may see a more closely knit maritime security partnership between Russia, China, and the allies in the Indian Ocean. Simultaneously, we are also witnessing a rapid realignment of India with the United States in the maritime domain. A week ago, in a questionable act, the Indian Coast Guard arrested 3 merchant ships at high seas, allegedly carrying sanctioned oil from Iran to the Far East. This is clearly in step with the US so-called Indo-Pacific strategy to contain China. And only a few days ago, for the first time ever, an Indian Navy officer took over the command of a combined task force at Bahrain under the US ambit. These are indications of progress towards making India a net security provider in the Indian Ocean region. Another strategic maritime development is the rapidly melting of the Arctic ice at North Pole and opening up of the northern sea route that shall drastically reduce the shipping distance between China and Europe, disrupting the global shipping patterns as we witness today. Hence, the emphasis on the control of the Greenland is obvious. Furthermore, we have significant differences over the operationalization of the deep sea mining under the overarching consensus on the BBNJ, or the biodiversity beyond national jurisdiction. These are the seeds of a brewing maritime conflict. Geopolitical contestation is finding sweet spots in the maritime gray hybrid zone, given the fluidity and permissibility of the oceans. Oceans are rapidly transforming from being the world's workspace to being the world's battle space. Technological disruptions due to proliferation of unmanned vessels at, above, and below the sea surface, the satellites tracking boats and ships 24/7, and artificial intelligence making sense of the big data further compound the maritime security landscape. We are amidst a revolution in naval affairs, as witnessed during swarm, surface, and subsurface drones attack during the Russia-Ukraine war. Navies, and in fact, all the agencies managing the blue economy will have to adopt to these new realities or risk being irrelevant. In this new reality, control over maritime domain awareness has become more important than the physical control of overseas bases. Oceans remain critical to the attainment of the strategic advantage in the new info-dominated blue hybrid realm, and Indian Ocean with South Asia in particular is the centerpiece of this jigsaw puzzle. Ladies and gentlemen, with this detailed strategic maritime context and perspective, Pakistan's nodal importance in this maritime game changer becomes abundantly clear. But a word of caution: Pakistan will not be benefiting from these strategic developments unless we accelerate our march towards realization of the blue economy dream. Remember that the groundbreaking of phase 1 of Gwadar Port was done in 2002, about a quarter of a century ago, and the tangible benefits are accruing, albeit slowly. Now contrast this with the Shenzhen of China, once a small fishing village that grew into a global metropolis in a few decades by becoming one of China's first special economic zone. Over 40 years, the city's GDP increased from more than 10,000 times from 1980 to 2024, and its population grew from about 100,000 people to over 17 million. Realizing this challenge, governments of Pakistan and China have recently embarked on what is called as CPEC 2.0, that shifts the focus from G2G to B2B, that is business to business processes which are more efficient. A comprehensive action plan 2025 to 2029 has also been promulgated. This action plan, ladies and gentlemen, aligns with the recently promulgated Pakistan's maritime vision for 100 years, that is 2047 to 2147, to transform the country into a global maritime hub. The vision has a goal of creating a $100 billion blue economy by 2047. I will briefly explain key pillars of the maritime vision. 3 to 4 new deep sea ports will be developed to supplement existing ports like Karachi, Gwadar, and Port Qasim, making them 100% green and digitally connected. The existing ports need to be made more efficient and smart to enhance the productivity. National Shipping Fleet of Pakistan National Shipping Corporation will be expanded through Made in Pakistan ships. An order for the first container ship has already been placed by PNSC with Karachi Shipyard. Expansion of PNSC has become imperative to reduce the impact of Pakistan's burgeoning freight bill that is tuned to around $5 to $7 billion, depending upon how we measure it. Then we have the integrated maritime industrial complex, which needs to be established for shipbuilding and recycling. A ball has already started rolling in the shape of Port Qasim's From Sea to Steel project that links ships recycling with revival of our steel mill. As per an estimate, about 16,000 old ships are becoming available globally now in next few years for recycling, and it is a booming business, provided we increase compliance of our ship recycling yards with Hong Kong Convention, making them green yards in line with the blue economy. Now, moving to the fisheries and aquaculture sector, which is key to Pakistan's food security as well as blue economy, and immediate potential exists to increase our exports from about roughly $450 million per annum to $2 billion immediately and $8 to $10 billion in the long term, provided we ensure cold chain, prevent post-harvest losses, and add value. Coastal and marine tourism is also another neglected area. Globally, this constitutes 50% of the entire tourism sector, but in Pakistan, it is negligent. Pakistan's long coastlines, especially near major population centers, can be developed by making eco-resorts and green cruises. And last but not least, significant offshore oil and gas potential awaits persistent exploration efforts and investment. Pakistan also needs to invest in the opportunity offered by the new BBNJ agreement and reserve few deep sea mining areas for future exploration. In the end, ladies and gentlemen, I would say that we can come up with many great visions, but unless we transform them into strategy and actionable plans and ensure implementation and monitoring mechanisms, followed by a rigorous accountability mechanism, we aren't going anywhere. As a nation, we need to walk the talk. Certainly, Pakistan's future is bright and green and blue. I thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Pakistan, Zindabad.
Thank you so much, sir, for your insightful and policy-reaching address. And definitely, Pakistan's future is green, blue, and very colorful, inshallah. Now we are moving on to our guest of honor remarks for today, and we are deeply privileged to have with us eminent maritime leader whose professional excellence and institutional leadership continue to shape Pakistan's largest port management and maritime operations. His presence today here reflects the strategic importance of sustainable maritime governance in national development. He is an accomplished maritime professional. He has held key operational and leadership positions within Pakistan's premier port. I now invite Rear Admiral Atikur Rahman Abed, Sitara Imtiaz Military, General Manager Operations and former Chairman Karachi Port Trust to address the audience. Sir, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Umar Zafar Sheikh Sahab, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, flag officers, organizers of the International Maritime Conference, distinguished guests, students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and a very good morning. It's a distinct honor and I feel privileged to stand here today at International Maritime Conference 2026 discussing a much needed subject of our times and perhaps generations to come. At the very onset, let me express my sincere appreciations to the organizers for selecting an important theme that reflects opportunity as well as challenges. This theme has embedded future with something for everyone, ranging from individual humans to states, and more importantly, global commons. The strategic choices we make today will keep resonating in our maritime future for years to come. Ladies and gentlemen, on land, despite increasing awareness, last few decades have witnessed fast-paced degradation of water resources and water columns with far and wide reasoning. Pollution, unchecked urbanization coupled with population growth, industrialization, forest cutting, and climate change being the flag bearers. With some commonalities, the shared resource of marine domain in which we operate is equally under immense strain. Further complexity in the form of climate variability, rising sea levels, environmental degradation, and growing demands from expanding urban centers are reshaping maritime domain in general and ports in particular. In actual, it is threatening the livelihood of millions of people, including coastal economies around the world who depend on these critical ecosystems, both directly and indirectly. For major port cities such as Karachi, these pressures are particularly pronounced and require deliberate and forward-looking collective approach. 90% of Pakistan's water fuels agriculture, yet 60% leaks away into dry earth. Glaciers in Karakoram, our water tower, are melting fast. 2.8 degrees Celsius rise projected by 2050. Sea of Karachi absorbs 500 million gallons of effluent chemicals and sewage on daily basis with tons of floating debris. This is not just data, it's reality. If we don't act, that necessarily means we are planning to fail. Blue economy offers a powerful framework to propel sustainable economic growth through use of oceans and coastal resources for growth, jobs, and innovation while preserving the health of marine ecosystem. The sustainability of the blue economy therefore depends on the extent to which maritime growth is pursued with proper vision, with respect of water resources and marine systems. The principles of green economy are indispensable. The answer to our problem lies in harmonization of our green economy, that is our field and forests, and our blue economy, that is our coast and oceans, if maritime development is to remain sustainable. Ladies and gentlemen, ports occupy a central position within this broader framework. As gateways to global commerce and anchors of national logistics and networks, ports influence not only trade flows but also environmental outcomes. Karachi Port Trust, being oldest, pivotal, and leader in nation's cargo handling, have great stakes and performance burden to demonstrate. Let me mention here that the record cargo and ships handling as well as financial growth has been achieved during last financial year, with much better projections for the current year. The first ever introduction of international standard bunkering service is yet another feather which in long term will go towards establishing green practices. As Pakistan's principal port and a key node in regional and international trade, Karachi Port recognizes that leadership in the maritime sector carries a responsibility to balance operational excellence with environmental stewardship. Sustainable water management is therefore embedded within our focused efforts to modernize infrastructure, improve efficiency, and strengthen resilience. The impact of climate change are already impacting port operations. Changes in sea levels, sediment dynamics, and extreme weather patterns affect navigational channels, maintenance requirements, and infrastructure planning, thus requiring comprehensive climate risk assessment. Environmental responsibility also extends to the management of wastewater and marine pollution, which is much beyond regulating traditional vessels' generated waste and blast. Natural systems such as mangroves and wetlands play an important role in shoreline protection, water quality management, improvement, and climate resilience. Apart from implementing smart port operations and concepts, green port initiatives are increasingly taking its due place at the Karachi port. This focus is on emission reduction, responsible business practices, enhanced environmental compliances, mangroves rehabilitation, and clean energy use. However, still lot to be done, for which such sessions like today always prove instrumental, and we look forward towards that. Towards the end, I once again commend the organizers for this excellent contribution and selecting such a great topic of our times. I thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir, for your thoughtful and enriching remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the role of Ministry of Maritime Affairs is indispensable in shaping Pakistan's maritime future. As the key federal body, it provides strategic direction needed to unlock the full potential of blue economy in Pakistan. And we are deeply honored to have with us today as a chief guest a senior representative of Ministry of Maritime Affairs, whose leadership plays a pivotal role in shaping Pakistan's maritime policy and institutional coordination. And his presence here underscores the government's commitment to sustainable maritime development. With profound respect, I invite Honorable Mr. Umar Zafar Sheikh, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Maritime Affairs, to address this august gathering. Sir Umar Zafar Sheikh.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Ladies and gentlemen in the first few rows, and daughters and sons in the last few rows. I'm primarily here for you, daughters and sons. My crazy commitments at office normally don't allow me to attend conferences, but this conference was very important and it's hard to say no to. VC Saab, He invites you so passionately that there is only one option left, and that is to say yes. But trust me, my main incentive for coming here was to talk to you. So, daughters and sons, I'm here for you. And thank you very much, Dr. Sabha, for a very generous introduction. Well, I'm quite used to be the last speaker now, but trust me, it's not easy. It's not easy on two counts. One, you have a tired, fatigued, and sometimes restless audience. And second, mainly, since you're the last speaker, so all the quality stuff has already been spelled out by distinguished speakers. And when the speakers have leading practitioners and academicians, so there is hardly anything left for the last speaker. So this is the challenge. But as you know, daughters and sons, I'm really sorry, ladies and gentlemen, I'm talking to daughters and sons primarily. So for me, being here, for talking to the youngsters, and now have nothing to say serious about maritime affairs. But as you know, that challenges have to be converted into opportunities. And this challenge of being the last speaker sometimes becomes an opportunity for me, because मेरे जैसा नालायक स्पीकर भी यही कह देता है कि जो मैंने कहना था पहले सब कुछ कह दिया गया, हालांकि उसको कुछ पता नहीं होता जो पहले कहा गया, वो तो बहुत ऊपर की क्वालिटी की चीजें हैं. But still he survives. He says जो मैंने कहना था, वीसी साहब ने कह दिया, नीमा के प्रेसिडेंट साहब ने कह दिया, मेरे भाई एडवल अतीक साहब ने कह दिया, हमारे क्रीमा के डायरेक्टर साहब ने कह दिया, हालांकि मुझे कुछ नहीं पता जो इन्होंने कहा, वो बहुत मेरे से ऊपर के लेवल की बातें हैं. लेकिन बहरहाल, but on a serious note, ladies and gentlemen, when all the serious stuff has already been spelled out, it gives you a chance to have a candid, light-hearted, heart-to-heart discourse. And this is what I'll try to do. Well, about the conference theme, ladies and gentlemen, water for the future and blue economy. As they say, the first genuine step towards resolution of the problem is to acknowledge that the problem exists. We unfortunately have lived in a state of denial for long. It has all been sub-acha. But over the last decade, we have tried to figure out our problems. So let's admit straight away that water conservation remains a problem, unattended. And let's also admit straight away that not giving priority to the blue economy that it deserves, it also remains a problem. Let me begin with water conservation. This is a whole of government approach. I would go beyond, one step beyond that. For me to resolve the water conservation issues, we need a whole of society approach. All pillars of national integrity system, and when I say all, I mean all. The legislature, the executive, the judiciary, the accountability bodies, the academia, the private sector, the civil society, the religious leaders, an important role. We ought to have our Friday sermons on water conservation. Because whatever they say from the podium has an impact. Our religious scholars need to take up this responsibility. Water conservation has to be embedded into the curricula right from the school level. We are shy of teaching some subjects to our school kids. They are taboos. We don't talk to them about corruption. We don't talk to them about water conservation. We have to. So in order to sort this out, we need a whole of society approach. Government being one stakeholder, academia, leading organizations like NEMA, like Minhaj, and many other, we all need to forge a coalition. And that coalition is to sort out the water conservation issues. Blue economy, fragmented, silos, without any effort of creating synergies, work going on in many quarters but not being coordinated. You are working in your domains and being fine with it. That's not going to take blue economy anywhere, ladies and gentlemen, daughters and sons. We'll keep moving in circles as we have been. If we go on treating the symptoms, the problem will not be solved. We have to address the causes, and I repeat, have to address the causes. So blue economy for me, we need a blue economy policy. We have a maritime policy, we have a shipping policy, we have a fisheries policies, we have whatnot and whatnot. For me, we are an over-regulated country. A plethora of policies, beautifully worded. But when it comes to implementing, all our policies are found lacking. So we ought to have one policy on blue economy, ladies and gentlemen, with chapters on sub-bits. Let's not reinvent the wheel. Let the responsibility lie where it lies presently. But let's try to coordinate. Let's try to synergize. Let's try to combine our efforts to move towards the ultimate goal, which is prosperity for the motherland, for which you, me, and all of us are working. And that would only come if instead of indulging in turf war, which we are very fond of, we have to synergize our efforts. We have to coordinate our efforts. We have to cover all areas of blue economy in one policy, and then let that policy be the guide. Let that policy tell us in which direction we ought to take the blue economy. Let that policy dictate how coordination and synergies would be created. Let that policy dictate how we would avoid duplications. So that policy, and then role of academia. NEMA, Minhaj University. Within Minhaj University, since we are talking of maritime affairs, CREMA, they ought to involve more in research on blue economy. And again, that problem of coordination. It's about 2 years ago that I saw a very well coordinated presentation by VC Saab on coastal tourism. Has it ever been linked with other facets of blue economy? Here is a case in point. The Vice Chancellor himself researched the resorts, researched the spots, came up with a feasibility, all in one presentation, but that one presentation remains one presentation, and that's it. So this is what I mean, ladies and gentlemen, when I say that we need to create synergies. Well, now, as I said, so do I have 5 minutes more to talk to the kids? Maritime is over now. So now I'm talking to daughters and sons. इसका मतलब ये नहीं आप पहली 4 रोज वाले चले जाएं, आप भी सुने. As I said, I'm primarily here for you. So I won't call it advice, but my 2 cents on how to look at the future. Daughters and sons, throw the word impossible out from your dictionaries. Nothing is impossible. And trust me, nothing is impossible. People used to say sky is the limit. I won't restrict you to the skies as well. You have to go beyond that. So there is nothing as impossible. But having said that, at the same time, boys and girls, there is no shortcut to excellence. Excellence comes only from hard work, and hard work. Commitment, and more commitment. Passion, passion, and more passion. Dedication, dedication, and more dedication. So all of you have to target nothing short of excellence, because we believe that nothing is impossible. I have strongly urged you to throw the word impossible out from your dictionaries. Boys and girls, try to know yourself. Many of us live under the fallacy that we know ourselves. Actually, we don't. Actually, very few of us know ourselves. And those of us who know ourselves know our strengths only. It's difficult for us to believe that we carry weaknesses as well. Perfect Allah Ta'ala ki zaat hai yaar. All of us have weaknesses. All of us have strengths as well. So take a holistic view of that, so that you know yourself. And once you know yourself, daughters and sons, then trust yourself. First of all, trust the Almighty. Allah Ta'ala कहते हैं एहसन तकवीम से पैदा किया है उन्होंने आपको और मुझे. The best available method of creation that was possible, you and me have been created by that. You and me have been blessed by the Almighty, and some of those blessings are unique to us, unique to you. So you need to trust yourself, because it's simple logic. If you don't trust yourself, how would you make people agree that you are good? How would you make people trust yourselves? Logically not possible. So trust yourself, and after you have known yourself and you trust yourself, then either you are here, or you are in an examination hall, or you are asking a question, then just be yourself. As I said, ehsan taqweem se paida hue hain aap. The Almighty has given numerous blessings to you. So know yourself, trust yourself, and then just be yourself. Never, ever underestimate your personal contribution. I know governance is not probably moving in exactly the right direction where it should, and you as young people observe that and sometimes get upset with that, and that defeatist feeling comes in कि हालात इतने बिगड़े गए हैं कि मैं अकेला ठीक हो भी जाऊं या मैं अकेली ठीक हो भी जाऊं, what difference would it make? It does make a difference. Trust me, it does make a difference. You have to attach a tag to your personal contribution. Never, ever underestimate that. Reform, as they say, always starts small. Then people keep joining in. And finally, boys and girls, there is something seriously wrong with our reform orientation. We as a society, we as a nation, have not been able to internalize reforms. Everybody in the room has to follow merit. हाँ, मैं अपनी बेटी के एडमिशन के लिए बीसी साहब को कह लूँ तो वो तो मेरे दोस्त हैं, मैंने सिफारिश थोड़ी की है. This is how we have played havoc with reforms. So we need to internalize reforms. Reform starts with yourself. And finally, trust me, finally, do introspect. Do soul searching. We as a society, again, not blaming you at all, we as a society have stopped asking ourselves questions. And even if we are asking ourselves questions, they are very run-of-the-mill, ordinary questions. We have stopped asking challenging, probing questions to us. Please do that. It's very easy to point finger towards anybody. But the actual reform is self-reform. The actual reform starts from yourself. And in order for that reform to materialize, in order for that reform to happen, you have to start the reform from yourself, and you have to introspect. I thank you all, ladies and gentlemen, and I love you all, daughters and sons.
Thank you so much, sir, for such a visionary and, I must say, candid talk with our youth. So that was really amazing. Thank you so much. Clap once again. Ladies and gentlemen, and our honored guest, I'll take the opportunity to proudly share with you that Minhaj University Lahore has been awarded United Nations Academic Impact membership. And under this initiative, Minhaj has nominated 17 students ambassadors representing all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals as chartered out by the United Nations. So these students, they are standing, they're sitting at the end, and please clap for them. And these students, they are being trained for leadership roles to work for all the SDGs that are being charted out by United Nations. And I would like to invite those representatives to stage. Please come to the stage. Yeah, here. We want everyone to see our students, our bright students who are working for Sustainable Development Goals. That is the need of the hour. Like Honorable Umar Zafar Sheikh, he has mentioned that every one of us needs to collaborate for the bright future of Pakistan. And this is the responsibility of every one of us. Whether they are the teachers, they are the students, they are the religious leaders, very aptly mentioned by him, the thought leaders, they are all required to work for these things. Beta, please come to the stage. Now we move to the souvenir distribution ceremony, a moment to honor and acknowledge the invaluable contributions of our distinguished speakers and esteemed guests in the 4th International Maritime Conference. May I request Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore, Rear Admiral Muhammad Khalid, Hilal Imtiaz Military, and Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director, Karima, to kindly come forward to the stage and present souvenirs to our honored dignitaries. So please. First of all, I would like to invite Honorable Mr. Umar Zafar Sheikh, our chief guest for today, to kindly receive the souvenir from the Vice Chancellor in recognition of his visionary leadership in Pakistan's maritime sector. We request Rear Admiral Javed Iqbal, Hilal Imtiaz Military, sir, please kindly come forward and receive the souvenir from the Vice Chancellor. We now request Rear Admiral Atikur Rahman Abes, Sitara Imtiaz Military, to kindly come forward and receive his token of appreciation. Thank you so much, sir, coming all the way from Karachi. And we are proud of your exemplary contributions to maritime management. And now we invite Honorable Mr. Sajjad Ashraf, former Pakistani High Commissioner to Singapore, to kindly receive the souvenir. So we are so happy that you have joined us today from your busy schedule. We are very honored by your presence. Now it's our pleasure to invite Mr. Kashif Meher, Honorary Consul, Kyrgyz Republic to Pakistan. Kindly come forward and receive your token of appreciation. Now I request the Honorable Guest and the Vice Chancellor to please gather for a group photo.
मैडम ताकि हम वो उधर सीट्स खाली हो जाएंगी जो चीफ गेस्ट
लेट हो जाएंगे। Dear ladies and gentlemen, let's have a 10 minutes refreshment break. So please take tea and please be back here at 11:05. Yes. Approaches, research insights, and policy perspectives that can guide sustainable water management in Pakistan and beyond. I now invite Dr. Zainab Ahmed, Assistant Professor at Beacon House, National University, Lahore, to kindly come forward and moderate this session. Please welcome Dr. Zainab Ahmed. I now hand over the proceedings of the panel discussion 1 to Dr. Zainab Ahmed, and we look forward to a stimulating and insightful discussion. Over to you, Dr. Saiba.
Assalamu alaikum. Respected Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Professor Dr. S.M. Shehzad, my very esteemed panelists, I am grateful that I have been invited today to moderate this panel of such esteemed experts on this issue. This topic is very close to my heart because my primary area of research for last 13 years is water security and national security in Pakistan. As a step to contribute something to this country in academia, we are actually actively working at Beacon House National University on this issue now. I am very humbled that I'm not only leading political science program at Beacon House National University, but I'm also Deputy Director of BNU Center for Policy Research. And recently, BNU Center for Policy Research has started, actually taken an initiative that we have set up a task force on Indus water and water conservation and politics and diplomacy of water in Pakistan. And we are advising the government of Pakistan to take some steps, and whatever the inputs come from the experts of that task force, we have gathered from all over the world, from various domains. So today also I look forward to have a very engaging session with such an esteemed panel. And a very important thing, as I would refer to the earlier chief guest who just said, that it is very important to be aware of what is our role. And when we talk about water conservation and when we talk about green economy, this is very important to understand that each one of us owes a huge responsibility to play our part, because it is extremely important to be aware of the usage of water in our everyday life. How much we utilize in our homes, how much we utilize to wash our cars. This may seem very, very simple to say, but this is how actually communities have to take part in this. And unfortunately, we have not taken the right step yet by engaging the communities. And when we talk about communities, students are the most important part who can actually mobilize a lot, who can actually steer this understanding, not just in their institutions, not among their peers, but also at their homes. So without much delay, I am honored to introduce my panel, and I would request you to please come to stage. Dr. Ahmed Ali Gul, who is Director for Center of Disaster Management at University of Management Technology, Lahore. Dr. Ahmed Ali Gul has more than 13 years of experience in flood modeling, fluvial transport modeling, and spatial technology applications in disaster management. He holds a master's and PhD in disaster management from GRIPS and ICAM, Japan. Thank you very much, Dr. Saab. My next panelist is Dr. Hassan Abbas, who is a hydrology expert and founder of Zizek Foundation. Dr. Hassan Abbas is an expert in hydrology and water resources with 30 plus years of international experience across Australia, North America, Europe, Middle East, South Asia, and Spitsbergen near the North Pole. I may request Dr. Mariam Shabir Abbasi, Associate Research Fellow at Sustainable Development Policy Institute. She is currently pursuing her PhD from University of Vermont, USA. She is exploring the linkages between climate change, displacement, and peace building. May I request Engineer Mirza Muhammad Ahmed Sarwar Beg, who is civil engineer and in WAPDA. He is a seasoned civil engineer with over 21 years of experience in Water and Power Development Authority. He held multiple leadership positions, including Director Projects and Deputy Director Civil Contracts. Mr. Ali Sultan, international law specialist, and who's member of the faculty at Lahore University of Management Sciences. He is one of the country's leading international law experts. He has been advising public stakeholders on several international law issues for more than 5 years. Ms. Abda Saeed, Deputy Director, Fisheries and Ecology, Directorate of Fisheries, Punjab. She specializes in technical training for fish farmers and extension staff, focusing on improved aquaculture practices. Last but certainly not the least, Engineer Ehsan Iqbal Bela, Punjab Municipal Development Fund Company, Lahore. He is an environmental engineer by profession with 24 plus years of multinational experience across water, climate, waste, and maritime linked infrastructure. Once again, thank you very much, my esteemed panelists. And if I start from the legal perspective, that Ali Sultan Sahab, if I ask you first question, that what are the most important issues of policy in water policy in Pakistan, and in particular from the perspective of legislation, because as we see, we have a lot of policies, we have a lot of legislation, And after 18th Amendment, not only at federal level, but rather at provincial level also in water. But still we find it very difficult to manage water, especially when it comes to manage it among the provinces. So if I may ask your opinion on this.
Okay, well, first of all, many congratulations to all the organizers as well as Minhaj University for putting together this very timely conference and for inviting all of us to play our part in this discussion. Now, as the question that has been posed to me has to do with implementation of law in this domain, and since I mostly look at things from an international law perspective rather than a domestic law perspective, I would, for the benefit of everybody here, wish to point out that there is a relationship between international law and domestic law. So the place to start first is to understand what our international law obligations are as far as water law is concerned in Pakistan. And there are multiple international treaties that we are a party to, and these obligations are binding on us as a result of those treaties. So now, as a responsible state in the international community, it is our responsibility to make sure that those obligations, whether it includes the right to a clean and affordable water for everybody in the International Covenant on Economic, Social, Cultural Rights, or whether it is the various strategic development goals which were also mentioned in one of the earlier speeches. So we have to implement those in our local legislative enactments. So, I mean, when I look at our local legislation now, I can start telling you about laws dating back from the colonial era all the way till now. And there's a plethora of legislation. There are too many policies, regulations, and laws that govern this space. And as I think the chief guest also rightly mentioned, they're finely worded, but the problem really is that implementation remains weak. So we need to improve coordination and implementation of these laws rather than quibbling about their text. And yes, there's a problem sometimes because we are a federation. The federating units sometimes do quibble with each other over their water resources, but there is a mechanism in the Constitution, Article 155, which lays down how these disputes are going to be resolved through the Council of Common Interests. So that process can be used rather than the mudslinging, the political mudslinging that we sometimes witness, which is unfortunate, because yes, we are a federation, but if you look at international constitutional jurisprudence, the most efficient and productive way to go about things in a federation is through what's called cooperative federalism. So we need to develop cooperative federalism between the federating units in order to overcome, some of the challenges that we're talking about. Now, since you mentioned law and you also mentioned that you're personally involved in Indus Waters Treaty, and I think I've also been contributing to the report that you're coming up with. So I would like to mention to everybody here that the Indus Waters Treaty, as we speak, is in a bit of a trouble. And it's in a bit of a trouble because of India's irresponsible actions with respect to the treaty. So from an international law perspective, I would like to perhaps explain to you why India's unilateral action of holding the treaty in abeyance is a direct violation of international law. And only then can we come up with how we're going to move forward in terms of claiming our rights under the treaty. So, look, first of all, let's be very clear that the Indus Waters Treaty is a self-contained international instrument. It's a water sharing arrangement between India and Pakistan. And there is an article in the treaty which makes it very clear that it can only be modified or terminated through mutual consent. So the treaty itself does not allow any justification for its unilateral suspension, if you will. Now, beyond the treaty itself, there may be some other grounds which have been used in the past to justify suspending treaties. All of those grounds are not applicable when it comes to the Indus Waters Treaty. Whether it is material breach, whether it is fundamental change of circumstances, or whether it is the Indian argument of using this suspension as a counter measure to Pakistan's so-called support for cross-border terrorism. All of these arguments do not wash from a legal lens. So we have a very strong case under international law when it comes to the Indus Waters Treaty. So the question now is, how, moving forward, are we going to claim our rights under the treaty? And since India has held this treaty in abeyance in April last year, there have been a few instances where the supply of water which has been promised to us under the Indus Waters Treaty has been disrupted. There have at least been 2 recorded instances of that. So clearly India is trying to create problems when it comes to the Indus Waters Treaty. So as we also propose in the report, I think the best way forward for Pakistan is to request the constitution of a court of arbitration, a fresh court of arbitration, not the court of arbitration which is currently, whose proceedings are currently undergoing, but a fresh court of arbitration to determine the illegality of India's unilateral abeyance of the Indus Waters Treaty. Now, I know that the treaty itself has been criticized from time to time, and some of those criticisms may be justified. But I cannot stress enough the importance of a treaty-based water sharing arrangement between India and Pakistan, given the history of animosity between the 2 states. There are transboundary river systems in the world which are governed by no treaty regimes. And there are customary international laws that also govern water, transboundary water systems. But we do not have that luxury given the state of relationship between India and Pakistan. So come what may, you can criticize the treaty for all you want. And Pakistan has never shied away from discussing the treaty with India as long as India is not trying to browbeat us, is not trying to bully us. What they're trying to do right now is to try to bully us, is to try to browbeat us. That is something which, understandably, as a sovereign state, we cannot accept. So if they don't do that, and if they come and sit across the table from us...
Sorry to interrupt you, but if you conclude this comment here in a minute, and then we move on with the next set of questions, and we come back to this
Just 1 minute. So the treaty itself, like I was saying, we're open to discussions as long as those discussions are based on the principle of sovereign equality, and we're not bullied into those discussions. So, I realize that there's been climate change, there's glacial melt, and so on and so forth. So there's always room and scope to upgrade the treaty. But like I said, the point which I want to emphasize, it's absolutely critical for Pakistan and India to have a treaty-based relationship when it comes to water sharing between them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And in particular, drawing the attention to the phenomenon that Pakistan's water issue is related both ways with sharing, water sharing between among provinces within and transboundary water sharing. With this question, I would request Dr. Hassan Abbas that if he can share his input from the hydrological perspective, that actually how do you perceive what are the water conservation problems and hydrological crisis of Pakistan, if there is any. So then we move on with the other aspects of that, please.
Okay, thank you for this question. Am I audible?
A little closer, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this question. First of all, the thing started with the water policy of Pakistan, and then a little bit of discussion on Indus Waters Treaty. So I will build from there onwards. Number one, the problem with our water policy and with Indus Waters Treaty is same. Both of these documents, they are not aligned with the science of hydrology. There's a very, very famous guy, he works as a development expert with the World Bank, David Gray. He was once visiting Pakistan and he made a very interesting statement. He said, science without policy is still science, but policy without science is a gamble. And that is the case in both of these documents, whether it is the treaty or our water policy. Secondly, we must understand how Indus Water Treaty came into being. What is written in those 60-odd pages and a few odd annexures is one thing, but how that came into being is very important, and every student of Pakistan must know the history, how this treaty was signed. There were two essays which were written soon after this dispute between Pakistan and India started on water issues. And they were composed by this American lawyer, David E. Lilienthal. They were published in Collier magazine. They are available on the web. Nobody knows what's in those essays. I think those are two most important essays which must be read by every student of Pakistan, especially in the international relations. Every student must understand those essays and must read them thoroughly and find out how this treaty was signed, why this treaty was signed. This treaty was signed at a time when there was no water shortages either in India or in Pakistan on Indus Basin. There was no water dispute. It was not a water dispute. We must understand this thing. Secondly, when it comes to international treaties on water, there is a fundamental thing that the treaties are required by the lower riparians, not by the upper riparians. Upper riparians can do what they want to do. It is for the protection of lower riparians, and protection from three basic things. Number one, excessive damming. If you dam excessively, then you control the flow of river at your will, and the rhythm of water which was before the damming is disrupted. And that might disrupt the established practices which were based on natural rhythm, and now they are being impacted by the controlled rhythm of. The second thing the treaty protects you is from excessive diversions. If the upper riparian diverts more water, that can impact you. And third and most important thing is the pollution. Now, Indus Water Treaty is the only treaty in the world which allows the upper riparian unlimited number of dams, unlimited practically possible diversions, and unlimited pollution. So what did this treaty save us from? It allowed India to pollute us. It allowed India to divert all the possibly practicable diversions that they could, and rest of the rivers, they are allowed to build as many dams, of course with some caveats which are in the annexure and stuff, but there is no cap on the number of dams that they can build on the western rivers. So what are the rights that we want to restore? We actually, as a lower riparian, in terms of international norms, in terms of international conventions, whatever our rights were as a lower riparian, they were actually forfeited in this treaty. And probably even Modi Sahab doesn't understand that this treaty was a huge advantage to India. And Pakistanis were made to believe through propaganda and everything that this treaty saved you. Saved you from what? It did not save us from anything. If there was no treaty at all and India could hegemonically do everything, it could not do what they are doing with this treaty. It only provided them a legal cover to do all the illegal things according to international norms.
Dr. Hassan, due to paucity of time, I may have to stop you. We can come to this discussion in the later set of questions, please. If you want to take one more minute to conclude your argument, you may have that.
Okay, thanks. So we must understand what the treaty is, and if we want to protect it, we are protecting who? Against what? We are getting the pollution, our children are sick because of that. That pollution which comes from India is actually become part of our food chain. Despite enough food, our children are facing stunt growth because of pollutants in our food production system. So therefore, we must understand the full picture before just focusing on one issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Hassan Abbas, for sharing your expert input. और वापडा वालों की आदत से ज़्यादा की नौकरी तो शायद ख़त्म हो जाए अगर डॉक्टर हसन अब्बास साहब की थेरी पे हम चलना शुरू करें. Thank you, by the way. Dr. Ahmed Ali Gul Saab, my important question to you is that we have been experiencing floods, massive floods since 2010. And we can see that this is a repetitive cycle after every decade. So what are the important causes according to you for this disaster, and where is it unmanageable according to you?
Thank you so much for the question. I hope I'm audible. First of all, I think it's important to talk about reality. Climate change is something that we're all familiar with. And since 2010, we have experienced floods which were quite extreme, and they have a signature of climate change in them, which make them worse. And particularly 2022, it was a very severe flood event, and we are familiar with how climate change is, let's say, for the case of extreme events, statistically, it's not only shifting the mean, but also the variance, and creating a fat tail, जिसको हम stats में fat tail कहते हैं, which means that extreme events, like black swan events, so to speak, will become more likely to occur. Black swan events are events that we have not really seen in history, and they're very hard to predict, and a cascade of events which make it really worse. So what is interesting though, the floods that we saw, for example, in 2025, last year, and we see 2025 floods, mein a lot of talk around unprecedented floods, and something that we see once in a century. And meri kafi bahas hoti hai with news anchors and people in the media on please stop calling it unprecedented floods, and please stop shifting the blame to climate change. Why? Because same floods have occurred multiple times in the 70s. 1988 में भी आए, फिर 92 में आए, फिर 2014 में आए, फिर 2025 में आए. Something that occurs once in 7 or 8 years should not be attributed or considered as an extreme event or an unprecedented event by far. It just shows कि हमारी तैयारी नहीं थी. So Rawalpindi, Islamabad के अंदर we had extreme rainfall last year, and everybody very quick to blame, especially in the government, they were quick to blame cloudburst and climate change. Especially one of the very esteemed ministers who understands climate change very well was very quick to blame कि ये सारा कुछ climate change की वजह से हुआ है. But 65 people died because of that. And we later on realized कि World Weather Attribution की एक report आई, एक international इदारा है, quite independent. And they said that only 15% of the rains were because of climate change. So were we prepared for the rest of 85% of the rain? And that's the question that we need to ask. So what it really boils down to is the fact that we are not most vulnerable to climate change. We are just least prepared to deal with its consequences and least prepared to deal with floods in general. So it boils down to decades of neglect. It boils down to poor governance. Or just as an example, last year we saw numerous cases of where there was planned failure. It means that, let's say, Rivaz Bridge hai, ya Sidnai Barrage hai, we breach a certain embankment just to save the structure, rather than usme jo millions of dollars ke uske impacts hai on poor people who were actually not exposed to that kind of risk previously, but our actions make it worse. So it's our decisions. It's कहते हैं Professor Ilan Kelvin कहते हैं कि it's the choices of the people who are in power, who have the the authority, let's say, the authority or the resources to prevent it from happening, लेकिन उनका will या wisdom नहीं होता उसको रोकने के लिए. So we protect a structure, और उसकी बदले में हमने जैसा रिवाज ब्रिज के केस में झंग के अंदर बहुत सारे लोगों के गांव पूरे के पूरे डूब गए. So it makes my heart ache that these kind of things are entirely preventable, और हम इसकी बेहतर तैयारी से हम उन floods को prevent कर सकते हैं. ये कोई let's say this is not natural. The world over we have stopped using the term natural disasters just for the fact कि हम उसको nature को blame ना करें या climate change को blame ना करें. We start taking ownership of what we do to prevent it.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmadil Goel. With this, if I pose this same question to you with this perspective, Bhela Sahab, S.N. Bhela Sahab, since you represent the municipal development, that we have been experiencing now urban flooding, right, and that has a lot to do with the infrastructure. And similarly, the infrastructure has a lot to do with the water conservation also. And that depends a lot on the local level of development and management. So if you can please share your input on this.
Good. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, the audience, and congratulations for organizing this event. As you said, I'm working with the municipal committee, Punjab Municipal Services, and they are dealing with the municipal services. And solid waste is one of my field, and it's also the flooding, how to deal with the floods. I will completely agree with the words Dr. Saab said. Dr. Gill said we are less prepared than the climate change impact. So, I mean, if we look at the bigger pictures, the climate is changing. You know, there's no doubt. You know, we are the global warming is happening, and we are about 1 degree higher the global temperature now from pre-industrial era, which is like 1850 or something. So, and that is changing the old pattern as well. You know, so it's more extreme events happening. We are facing more rapid and quick rains for a shorter period, and also in some areas with no rain with a long period. So we need to be more prepared for dealing with the extreme events. So you know, the capacity, you can say, for absorbing the impact of the extreme events should be the higher. But what's happening here in Pakistan, we doing it, we actually, I think, is going in the opposite direction. You know, so like when is the rain, the water, it produces the surface runoff, you know. And if it's the earthen area, earthen land, it have the capacity to absorb the rain. You know, and first they have like a saturated soil, and then it flows on surface, which is, you know, and then vegetations will contribute to, you know, reduce this surface runoff. But but we are doing it. We are expanding horizontally, and we are, you know, developing so many societies and infrastructure on earthen area. This is, I think, you know, is not acceptable if it's not criminal, to be honest. You know, because changing the land use, you know, so drastically, we are doing it. We are, you know, producing so much very high runoff, and the hydrologists probably they will understand it. Like there is a delay factor when it's a rain. By the it reach to the river or streams, nearest streams, takes some time to reach, you know, the nearest river or streams. But once you have like rain on urban area or as the residential area, it will be just very quickly go to the drain, and then is pumped and then released to the rivers. So the rainwater is very quickly reached, you know, is made its way to the rivers, and it put the pressure on the river banks, and then is a flooding. So so we are like we have a less capacity now. You know, if you see the Lahore or in the surrounding area, we have a more green areas. When I was young, you know, we just usually have a half-an-hour drives to the river Ravi, and you know, we have a very nice natural environment enjoy it. But and nowadays, you know, you can't. You will, even in Lahore, you will spend like a 1 or 1.5 hour traveling to go outside the Lahore, you know, some part. So there is the, you know, definitely our living is not sustainable, you know, and I will say we need to adopt the sustainable living, as is the earlier the respected guests, you know, they highlighted this as well. We need to adopt it, you know, the way to adopt, you know, the environment, the produce forward to the next generations, you know. Sustainability is, if in a simple definition of sustainability is like, you know, we pass the environmental resources to our next generation to at least what we have now, if it's not better, you know. So that is the sustainable definition. So what we can say, so I'm just shorting out, yeah. So if we look at our last 25 years, you know, we are definitely you know, deteriorating our environmental resources. You know, we have I never wear the mask, but you know, my kids is wearing the mask when they go to school, you know. So we are definitely not passing the same or a better environmental, you know, resources to our next generation, and that is not the it's not a responsible as a nation, you know. We should be looking at that, and we should adopt it the sustainable manner of living.
Thank you very much. Ahmed Sarwar Saab, if we just try to understand that what are the outstanding issues still for water distribution among provinces and water storage, water conservation, when we talk about all of this, storage, reservoirs, that stands to be a very important issue, and distribution among provinces. And we also have water apportionment agreement among provinces. So still there is a huge problem on water distribution. Still we are stick to the manual recording of water flow when it flows from one province to another. So what is your take on this issue, in particular from the perspective of water management among provinces in Pakistan?
Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for this opportunity. First off, let me congratulate the administration of Minhaj University on holding a conference on such an important subject. Water is something that we have been taught in Quran, that water is actually life. 90 to 95% of our being is made up of water. Yet somehow in these days, a lot of us are not aware of its importance. I mean, even if, as a hadith, if I'm not wrong, even if a person does wuzu on the bank of a river, he should not waste the water. So having set that tone, we have all talked about a lot of issues, and I think it might be a little bit depressing for all the students here that there are so many things that are wrong here that we have not been able to do. But as an engineer and as a representative of WAPDA, I'll talk about what we have done, what are the right things that are being done, and what we have done in the past and what we are going to do in the future. Let's talk about the Water Apportionment Accord. It is one of the most well-balanced accord in our history, and it was a great achievement for for the Federation and for the provinces to come up with such a nice document, and it has resolved a lot of our issues. However, one of the issues that you have highlighted was at some times we hear in the news that there is some problem regarding the water distribution. अगर एक रोटी हो 4 खाने वाले हों तो मसला तो पड़ेगा. 5 रोटियां हो 5 खाने वाले हों तो nobody would fight. Everybody would have their share. So the problem starts when we have water scarcity. So the issue is not the document, but it is the scarcity of water. The problem doesn't end there. We are not only facing water scarcity at times, but we have variability of that scarcity. If you talk about Balochistan, there is scarcity. If you talk about Punjab or KP, there is abundance of water at some times, and then there is no water at some times. Mr. Aligul, we were just talking on the sidelines, and he said that at one stretch of a month, Sindh was flowing like a canal. And at stretch, it would have a cross section of more than 10 kilometers. So the problems that we face are, let me jot it down in points. Number one, shortage of water in some times and abundance in some other times. So that's variability. Variability across space, that is during the year. And then we have variability in the regions. So we have to address that. So how do we do? If we get water supply for 2 hours in our home, and we cannot make that water reach to our first or second floor, what do? We create a storage. We create a tanki, so that it can cater for when we have abundance of water, that is when we have floods. We can store the extra water. We can pump it to the storage, pump it to the first floor, second floor. That is like we pump it to Balochistan or far-flung areas if you have storage. And what does it do? When we have low flows, we use the water that was in abundance in the flood areas, flood days, like 100 days or so. So it is one thing, creating storages, that is the cheapest solution to our problems. That is not the only solution, but it is the cheapest solution to our problems given the magnanimous impacts it can have on our national economy and our lives. After Tarbela, after Mangla, a lot of regions in Sindh started growing crops in 4 seasons. Before, there would be only 1 or 2 seasons. Now let's talk about one of the issues that you highlighted was that we have some issues regarding distribution of water. So what we at WAPDA are doing for that? We are implementing a project called Indus Telemetry System, IBIS, and we are installing automated telemetry sites in 27 sites. These are the main points where water enters from one region to another, from one province to another, from one important site to another, and it will be a completely automated system. It is near completion. First phase is about to complete in like about 2 months, and it is a project that WAPDA is doing for IRSA, and IRSA will be taking on after that, and we are going to impart capacity building to their all the staff, and they are on board with us throughout its implementation. So that is going to be state-of-the-art project, and it will inculcate that transparency component that has been missing while implementing the Water Bushment Accord. And about what we are doing for addressing the variability of water, for addressing the availability across the time and across the regions, we are constructing reservoirs, mega reservoirs, Bhasha Dam, Mohammed Dam, and then we are constructing Nalong Dam. We are constructing canals, CRBC lift cum gravity, which is going to take away the, to give the share of KP. We have constructed Kachhi Canal, which is taking away the share of Balochistan from Indus, and we are doing a lot of work.
Thank you, Ahmed Sarwar Saab. Madam Apda, very quickly, if I ask you कि हम हमेशा से पढ़ते आए हैं, हमने पढ़ाते भी हैं किताबों में कि फिशरीज़ को आप डेवलप करें तो $2 अरब की तो इंडस्ट्री बड़े आराम से सिर्फ फिशरीज़ में है. So what stops us? What are the problems of aquaculture in Pakistan?
Thank you, madam. Thank you very much for giving me this distinct honor to address such a nice audience. In fact, I am working in the fisheries department, biology and ecology section, where we are giving the trainings, and also we are catering the different problems. As ma'am said, that what is the problem, that why our GDP is so much lower than what we are expecting. Actually, aquaculture and fisheries policies are always there, and policies are always there, but there is no implementation, unfortunately. Our government, the present government, is now really much focusing on the blue economy through aquaculture and fisheries. There are so many projects to conserve the water. The problem is we have not enough water even for our generations, so how can we use water for fisheries, fish farming, and all these? So our department is focusing on the use of that kind of water which is not drinkable, like brackish water, saline water, in various areas of our Punjab district. Punjab province, like districts of Muzaffargarh, Sargodha, Faisalabad, and all other areas where the brackish water is present. So we are focusing on conserving the water, like such kind of practices in which we can reuse the water. For example, RAS system, recirculating aquaculture system, and biofloc technology, and there are some other practices in which we can reverse the water. We are not using the fresh water, just we are making the aerators, we are we are managing the water quality by managing the DO and other parameters. So in fact the fisheries and aquaculture is playing their very important role by enhancing the, or you can say by following the SDGs roles like food security, zero hunger, and life below water. So we are trying our best, ma'am, we are giving the trainings, we are giving the research. There is a very what you can say कि inland fisheries के ऊपर मनावा में हमारा सबसे बड़ा research and training institute है. It is one and the only research institute where from other provinces the classes come, and we can make the human resources, human resource what we can get, and we can prepare the human resource for combating the scarcity of water and we are focusing on eco-friendly practices, like as I said to you that it's not like कि आप फॉर्म बना लें और उसको फिर आप कैसे fill करेंगे, because there is water we need every time, and बिजली का मसला और पानी का मसला और फिर पानी evaporate होता है. लेकिन इसके अलावा हमारा डिपार्टमेंट अब ये काम कर रहे हैं. Most of the students you may have visit our institute in which we are doing latest research on conserving the water. By conserving the water, like latest technologies, RAS system, IMAT, integrated management technology, so that we can make the food available, like very cheaper protein, or this will inshallah will do the best, as you said we are targeting. Thank you very much.
Dr. Mariam, from policy perspective, all these technicalities, they boil down to one single reality, that sustainability must lead to peace building. So, and in Pakistan, we have not put our focus on eco-migrations, much focus on eco-migrations yet, despite the fact that we are one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change. So, if you can kindly share your perspective on this.
Thank you very much. I would like to start with, because I don't want to confuse students, that climate change is reality and it's human-made. It's not natural. And because of climate change, I want to give a little bit of background, because a lot of students are sitting here. I want to tell them that what climate-induced migration is, or internal displacement is. So whenever there is a climate change phenomena, for example, a drought, heavy rainfall, flooding, glacier melting, mudsliding, you must have seen in the news last year a lot. When that happens, people get displaced forcibly by unnatural events. I won't call it natural events. And they lose their homes, they lose their education, their health is compromised, they suffer with mental health, and they migrate from rural areas to urban areas. But issues are also in urban areas as well. So the problem with internal displacement or migration or climate-induced migration, there are different terminologies used by different scholars in the literature, is the data. We do have data from international organizations, for example, like roughly approximately 8 million internal displacement happened because of climate change in Pakistan last year. And in 2022, there was this 33 million internal displacements because of flooding. So there is this scattered data, and there are like little bit of information here and there that because of climate change, the water table is being impacted. So the coastal communities around coastal areas in Pakistan, they also get displaced. And it's just not the issue of people getting displaced and suffering in individual capacities or as communities. They are being affected because they do impact like other communities where they do migrate to. For example, lots of people in rural areas, they migrate to urban settings to get access to resources and get settled there. So we do experience like slums inhabited around nalas, which are like natural water pathways. Not natural, but it was like according to each city plan, it was originally like those places were left, but those are choked because the waste is thrown by those communities in there. And I won't like blame those communities that why they are living over there, because they don't have a choice. There is no arrangement by the local governments or provincial governments or federal governments. And there is like no data monitoring systems when it comes to climate-induced migration in Pakistan, you know. There is some data where NDMA is working, and they know that people are migrating here and they are providing like temporary shelters, and government provides them like with medicine and stuff on temporary basis, but there is no method to track down that how many people are migrating from one place to another place. In 2019, I conducted a research in Tharparkar, and there were lots of communities, lots of communities in Muzaffargarh as well. They migrated from rural areas to urban areas, and they never went back to their place of origin. And they lose their cultural identities, they lose their roots, we are also losing tourism because of climate-induced migration in Pakistan, because people around Keti Bandar, they were involved in folk songs and cultural activities, and were taking groups to, tourist groups to those coastal areas, and now a lot of them have migrated to other areas in search of like food and livelihoods, and now the tourism sector is also being compromised. So when these people migrate to urban settings, like I was saying, it puts pressure on natural resources over there too, because you have like more people in urban setting, and now government has to arrange, or relevant institutions have to arrange like lots of other things too. So it leads to like urban planning issue as well. Because every government or every province has to like cater those population as well to inhibit them. So it's like it has like a lot of dimensions to which comes into play when it comes to like climate-induced migration in Pakistan.
Thank you, Dr. Mariam. I'm really grateful to all the panelists, and I really want to prolong this session to discuss a lot more things, but my dilemma is that I have to hand over the podium to Dr. Mohit, who happens to be the Vice Chancellor of the university I work in. So I would request all the panelists quickly, if you can just share one way forward from your perspective for water conservation, because we are always talking about problems, issues, but we hardly talk about way forwards. So if we can start from you, Madam Abda, that one very shortly, please.
थैंक यू मैम. सो मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी कि एक ही तरीका है पानी को सेव करने का, कि अगर हम अपने घर से शुरू करें, अपने आप से शुरू करें, कि हमने पानी को बचाना है. टूथ ब्रश करते वक्त से लेकर वॉशिंग करते हुए, बर्तन धोते हुए, कपड़े धोते हुए, हर चीज़ पे अगर हम छोटे लेवल पे स्टार्ट करेंगे ना, तभी हम जो है सस्टेनेबली, जैसे कि सर ने कहा कि सस्टेनेबल का मतलब है कि अगर हम बेहतर नहीं कर सकते तो कम से कम हम उसी हालत में अगली नस्ल को ट्रांसफ़र तो कर दें अपना पानी. वाटर लेवल डाउन चला गया है, बहुत डाउन चला गया है, ये आप सब जानते हैं. तो वी हैव टू कंजर्व वाटर फ्रॉम योर सेल्फ, फ्रॉम वेरी हम कहें कि ग्राउंड लेवल पे अपने घर से शुरू करना है, अपने आप से शुरू करना है. जी, थैंक यू.
I will say we need to be aware of it, what's happening, and some of the impacts are appeared, but some is still hidden. Like groundwater is going down very quickly, and what could happen is like we have this brackish water in a surrounding area, and that can introduce it into the freshwater zone, and that will be the disasters. You know, we are heavily relying our groundwater and surface water sources, and this is very crucial that we need to protect them. We are the country where we have heavily rely on the the surface water and water sources. So it's a very, very important, and we need to be aware of it. And as a nations, we need to think about it. We change our living, and we need to use it very wisely. The all water sources, I think.
Well, since you've asked for a silver bullet, whereas I don't think that there's a silver bullet to this problem, but just to respond, I would say we would need a whole of society approach to tackle this issue. And in order to make that a reality, we would have to develop a sense of civic responsibility. So there are students who are sitting out here. Fulfill and discharge your civic responsibilities and duties as a responsible citizen of this country, because ultimately this water belongs to you, and that's what I would say. Thank you.
So there's a lot of interesting discussion. I think you talked about, the question is about water conservation. Isse pehle, I think just a quick perspective on what I think the most, let's say, serious consequences of climate change are going to be. This we get the 4 horsemen of climate apocalypse. So it's malnutrition and hunger, famine. Second is extreme weather events, which we usually expect it to be at the top of the list. Third is conflict and migration. And the last being vector-borne diseases. Again, something that we think that climate change ka sirf matlab hai ki extreme weather events honge. So in terms of our approach to deal with it, it's very difficult to say it's a silver bullet, one single solution for a very complex problem. And it's often very difficult to talk about it in those terms because it is indeed a complex problem. So we are dealing with, let's say, if we talk about it at a country level, most of our water is being used for agriculture. And agriculture one of the biggest challenges that we face is in a highly inefficient irrigation system which has been handed over to us, and decades over decades we've been just focused कि अच्छा इसी को इस्तेमाल करना है. We don't rethink that. So we need to think कि हमने उसको कैसे efficient बनाना, उसकी efficiency को improve करके we'll find ourselves with more rotiयां, as Sir was talking about, right? Because we can really make use of the same water in a better way. There's a lot of other community level solutions. Let's say I was working briefly for a project. It's going on right now. It's Recharge Pakistan. Talks about thousands and thousands of nature-based solution interventions across vulnerable areas. And that's a wonderful idea, including small retention ponds, could be afforestation, could be other diversion structures. Us tarah ke solutions are much better than large grey infrastructure to protect all those communities jinke bare mein, let's say, hum dhyan nahi dete, which get affected every year. Okay? Thank you so much.
Ji, thank you. Way forward. First of all, it is for the younger generation and also for the older generation. We must understand what Indus is. हमने इसके ऊपर कोलोराडो के मॉडल लगाए हैं, नाइल के मॉडल लगाए हैं, मेसोपोटामिया के मॉडल लगाए हैं, without understanding that Indus is none of those systems. Indus is fed by 4 mechanisms, जिसमें हम ग्लेशियर मेल्ट, स्नो मेल्ट और रेनफॉल की बात करते हैं. लेकिन जो इसका सबसे बड़ा सिस्टम है वो इसका ग्राउंड वाटर का सिस्टम है, जिसको हम अपनी टेक्निकल टर्म्स में बेस फ्लो कहते हैं. दिस इज़ वन ऑफ द मोस्ट रोबस्ट बेस फ्लो सिस्टम्स ऑन द प्लैनेट, और इसका आप लोगों में से किसी ने जिक्र नहीं सुना होगा. और ये इतना बड़ा सिस्टम है कि ये एक्चुअल आपके रिवर को चला रहा होता है. ठीक है, मूनसून और बाकी चीज़ें जो है वो उसको फीड करती हैं. और जब तक हम अपने अंडरग्राउंड रिवर के नीचे जो एक्विफर है उसके साथ अपने आप को कनेक्ट नहीं करेंगे, उस वक्त तक हमारे मसाइल ख़त्म नहीं होंगे. फॉर योर इन्फॉर्मेशन, जो आपके चलते हुए दरिया हैं उनकी रेत के नीचे जो पानी है वो उसकी जो estimated storage capacity है, that is about 500 million acre feet. It is 3 years of Indus flow. इसके ऊपर complete scientific research हमने की है. I am not talking in the air. आपको वो research भी मैं share कर लूँगा. अगर आप future में अपने आप को इस storage के साथ connect करना शुरू कर दें, through properly designed hydrogeological systems, through properly designed hydrogeological engineering, तो आपके पास 3 साल की storage आपके river bed की रेत में पड़ी हुई है. All you have to do is connect that storage through a sustainable mechanism to the water user, चाहे वो irrigation के users हैं, चाहे वो domestic या industrial users हैं. और solar energy is the way to go. अब ज़माना बीत गया हाइड्रो पावर बनाने का, कोयला जलाने का, फर्नेस ऑयल जलाने का. अब सोलर और बैटरीज इज़ द ट्रेंड. सिंपल मिसाल आपको देता हूँ. आपका तकरीबन $6 बिलियन नीलम जेलम पे लगे, प्रोजेक्ट फेल हो गया, फैसिलिटी बंद पड़ी हुई है. विदाउट स्पेंडिंग अ सिंगल डॉलर ऑफ लोन, you added in last 10 years about 7 gigawatt of power through solar. वो लोगों के रूफटॉप सोलर नेट मीटिंग से चला गया. वो इतना ज़्यादा हो गया कि नेपरा से संभाला नहीं जा रहा. नई पॉलिसियाँ बना रहे हैं कि यार हमारा ग्रिड जल जाएगा, इतनी बिजली ना दो. सो बेसिकली सोलर प्लस बैटरीज इज़ द एनर्जी सोल्यूशन वेयर वी शुड बी फोकसिंग ऑन. और जो आपका ये जो रिवराइन एक्विफर है, जो दरिया के नीचे का स्टोरेज है, अगेन आई एम रिपीटिंग, इट्स 5 बिलियन एकर्स, सॉरी 500 मिलियन एकर्स, जो आपको 3 साल की स्टोरेज देता है. तो बनी बनाई स्टोरेज है, उसको इस्तेमाल करो, बजाय कि आप बिलियंस ऑफ डॉलर्स छोटी छोटी 5-6 MF की स्टोरेज के ऊपर खर्च कर रहे हो. दिस इज़ हाउ आवर नेशनल प्रायोरिटीज शुड बी. वी शुड अलाइन आवर साइंस ourselves with science and reality. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll talk about the way forward. I'll give 3 points, and the last one is the silver bullet. But before I go into that, I must, as a representative of WAPDA, I have to inform the House about the real situation of Neelam Jhelum. Neelam Jhelum hydropower project was constructed and it was operated in 2017. It has already paid up all its cost during 7 years of its execution. It was in operation. It has, like, more than one time, more than twice almost, has paid back its price. When Tarbela was constructed, Casa Grande was here in Pakistan, and he said the dams, the water structures, they are like living human being. It requires shikasto rift lagatar. So, because 90% of that project is underground, there are some issues. The tunnel they can cave in. So we are working on that, and soon it will be on operation again. Coming back towards the way forward, there are 3 solutions. I'll talk about 3 things. Number 1 is awareness. Creating awareness amongst our young generation is the must thing that we must do, because conserving water stems from our daily use of water. As Dr. Ali very rightly said, 90% of that is being used in agriculture. So we have to create awareness that how best to use water. Our neighbor and America, they are producing, neighbor is producing 3 times the produce with the same amount of water, and America is producing like even double of that. So we have to go do that. I like to quote my own example, my friends who got educated and they came back, they went back to their lands in Lagya, and they have established high efficiency irrigation system in their lands. So my message to the farmers, when you get educated, don't settle abroad, or even if you do, take care of those lands that are under you. The big landlords who are educated, like Nishat is doing, if you can see on the right side of the motorway, impart that knowledge on your land, use water effectively. And we have to have structural measures so that we can conserve water. 3% is being used in domestic, 3% is more or less 3% in industrial. We not only have to use water efficiently, we have to use it wisely so that we don't pollute it, we don't mix drains with fresh water. And the silver bullet, I'm talking like sir was talking to the young daughters and sons of our nation. Educate yourself. Education is the silver bullet that is solution to all our problems. We are facing some difficulties, not much, but we can handle that. Educate yourself, educate your nation. If I'm not wrong, maybe we are like 40 to 60% literate, and the definition of literacy is the person who can read and write his name. So that is not the education I'm talking about. I'm talking about good education, good quality education, and giving your resources to education. That is the only silver bullet which can overcome this problem, like Netherlands and other first world countries have done that. We can also do that.
Well, to conserve water, I think the bigger problem in Pakistan is that we have, like, during monsoon rainfall and due to glacier melting, we have lots of water. But the problem is that all the water, like majority of it, is polluted. We need to do something about waste management in Pakistan, and by we, I think youngsters can do some research, and the older generations from us, from millennials, they have put all the burden on us, and now I want to carry that legacy to put the burden on you, to do some research and bring some innovative technologies to clean the water. And secondly, I think there is like a lot of repetition, honestly speaking, in like solutions in general. Like, I have been speaking from last 13 years what needs to be done, and I think people who are responsible, who are supposed to do, they are not doing it. So we need to push them to do it, to raise our voice. And secondly, to do that, we need to shift that theatrics in prime time on television from politics to the meaningful discussions around climate change, on water conservation, and a lot of like meaningful issues in Pakistan. And like the speakers in first session also said, we have a lot of policies in Pakistan. All we need is the implementation of those policies, and we need good governance to achieve the results.
Thank you. Thank you very much, all the esteemed panelists. Thank you for such an insightful session, and I'm grateful to Minhaj University for at least putting these issues on radar. That's very important, and thank you very much.
Please keep sitting, please keep sitting. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, now this is the time for our next keynote speaker, and we now have the honor of welcoming him, a distinguished academic leader and a seasoned policymaker whose vision and expertise have significantly contributed to both higher education and national strategic development. It is my profound privilege to invite Dr. Moeed Waseem Yusuf, Vice Chancellor, Beacon House National University, Lahore, and former National Security Advisor, kindly come forward and address this distinguished gathering. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Dr. Moeed Waseem Yusuf.
Assalamu alaikum ji, and good afternoon. First of all, let me congratulate my good friend Said Saab for putting this together, and Minhaj University and all the organizers. It's fantastic to see, and sometimes I think we overlook just how much good activity is happening across universities in Lahore. And anytime one gets an opportunity to see this, as I was walking in, I saw pictures of multiple vice chancellors. So I think it's wonderful that you're involving all of us in these conversations. I have a bit of a dilemma. I know nothing about water. So as I was thinking about what to say, I thought I'd do what good policymakers do, talk about everything but the topic. So I'm actually not going to talk about water to you, because I think it's rather irrelevant. And what I'm going to say to you, I could say in pretty much any conference on a topic of national importance. I've just heard the tail end of a very illuminating conversation on the panel. I agree with much of what has been said. But unfortunately, I think all the technical conversation, all the policies, even thoughts about good governance will continue coming to naught in Pakistan unless we go back to the basics. I've spent about 3 years or shy of 3 years in government. Every meeting started and ended with a brilliant idea, or a new policy, or a new plan, or a new conviction. The same people who made the policy, wanted the policy implemented, would have gained from the policy. The same people who were users of the policy violated the policy. So problem kya hai? I think that's fundamentally what we have to ask. So let me start by giving you 2 examples of my time in government in the area of water management. The first one is National Security Policy of Pakistan. For those of you who are familiar, it was our first policy, came out in 2022, basically expanded the definition of national security from purely hard security to comprehensive security, which included human, economic, and traditional security. It was a bit of a battle to get water included as part of national security. So पहली चीज़ तो ये सोच लें कि क्या प्रायोरिटीज़ ठीक हैं या नहीं. This should be a no-brainer. पानी नहीं होगा तो कुछ भी नहीं होगा. दूसरा example is even more distressing. For about 3 years, I saw a struggle for Pakistan to get its national maritime policy approved. It didn't happen. Not because we don't need a maritime policy, not because we don't know what to do with it. The draft was there, it was a decent draft, 100 million views on it. Not TikTok views, just views in policy. क्यों नहीं हुई? Because 2 इदारों की लड़ाई थी कि बादशाह कौन है. This is who we are. आप कभी कोई तकरीर, कोई कॉन्वर्सेशन, कोई डिस्कशन सुन लें, जहां मर्जी, जो मर्जी ऑफिशियल हो, जो मर्जी गवर्नमेंट हो, there will never be introspection. It will always be what we have done right. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as a nation, not as a state, we have perfected the art of lying to ourselves about who we are. दूसरों को तो बाद में करेंगे ना, वो तो देखेंगे. We have created incentives for people to continue rehearsing what has not worked. The risk of doing something new and failing is so large that nobody wants to take that risk. So ये मैं आपको क्यों कह रहा हूँ एक पानी की कॉन्वर्सेशन में? मैं आपको इसलिए कह रहा हूँ कि water conservation is neither a policy nor a strategy. It's a culture. It's an ethos of what a human being or a nation is. आप जो मर्जी पॉलिसी बना लें, जो मर्जी implementation strategy बना लें, if the society lacks basic civic sense and the concept of responsible citizenry, there is no possibility of you wanting to preserve a public good. The most abused resource in this country is public resource. चाहे वो सड़क हो, चाहे वो पानी हो, चाहे वो हवा हो, कुछ भी हो. When it's not yours and only yours, we don't care. अभी हमारे कॉलीग ने यहाँ एजुकेशन की बात की. आपका सबसे पढ़ा लिखा तबका और आपका अनपढ़ तबका, both are illiterate when it comes to civic sense. लाल बत्ती तो सड़क पे वो तोड़ता है जिसके पास गाड़ी है, जिसके पास है नहीं वो तो नहीं तोड़ता. रूल ऑफ लॉ कौन नहीं फॉलो करता है इस मुल्क में? अमीर आदमी नहीं फॉलो करता, गरीब के पास तो चॉइस ही नहीं. सो इट्स नॉट एजुकेशन, it's the type of education and the culture and environment in which that education has to survive. BNU में, the university that I am part of, we've actually changed our conversation, at least I have, to continue hammering into students that I'm not interested in your grades or the classroom. I want to understand whether I will be able to create a human being out of you before you leave the university. And trust me, it is virtually impossible, because no matter what I do within the four walls, outside, the society's incentives are perverse. So एक स्टूडेंट है, उसका एथिक्स की क्लास में ए आता है, लेकिन उसने बाहर गाड़ी सड़क पे इलीगली खड़ी की होती, तो मैं पूछता हूँ ये क्या है, तो कहते जी इसका उससे क्या ताल्लुक है, इधर मैंने मेहनत की है, वो आपका क्या प्रॉब्लम है, तो बाहर है. This is who we are. Land Cruiser will do the same thing, Suzuki will do the same thing. A police officer will come to question, we will respond the way we respond, like subhumans. So, पानी की जब आप बात करते हैं, तो it's the most quintessential example of a public good. उसमें पॉलिसी की बहुत सी गलतियां हैं. We've offered it as a free commodity essentially. And there have been some very perverse policies which have been seen as quote unquote sustainable in one way. You go to Balochistan, travel across Balochistan, small holding. Every tube well is on a solar. Water table is going down by the day. The government is celebrating success by giving solar. पॉलिसी की भी मसला है, बट जो असल मसला है वो वही है जो मैंने आपको कहा है. डू वी टेक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी? फॉरगेट द नेक्स्ट जनरेशन, अपनी जनरेशन के लिए लेते हैं कि नहीं लेते? मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल देता हूं. अभी मैं जहां रहता हूं उधर से आई वाज गोइंग, उसके उधर साथ एक बस्ती है, तो वहां पे एक घर है, कुछ सरकारी घर है, तो उसके बाहर वो जो ड्राइवर साहब थे वो गाड़ी धो रहे थे, और वो तकरीबन ऐसे ही धो रहे थे कि रावी का पानी जो थोड़ा सा रह गया वो भी इस्तेमाल हो जाए. तो उसको गलती से कह दिया कि यार ये मतलब, तो उसका जवाब ये था कि तानू की है, सरकार दा पानी है, तुसी भी इस्तेमाल करो. एंड ही इनकैप्सुलेटेड व्हाट ईच वन ऑफ अस डू. सो कैन सोसाइटीज चेंज दिस? A friend of mine, I lived in the United States for a long time, a friend of mine one day told me that I was brushing my teeth with the tap water on. So my daughter, who was 4 years old, abhi nursery kindergarten mein jana shuru hui, ye mere dost ki, she told him कि आपने पानी क्यों ऑन छोड़ा हुआ है when you don't require it. ये किंडरगार्टन नर्सरी में उस बच्ची को किसी ने स्विट्जरलैंड में बता दिया. तो मैंने उसको कहा फिक्र ना करो, अभी 2 हफ्ते पहले मेरे साथ भी यही हुआ है. मैं आपके सामने तकरीर कर रहा हूं सिविक साइंस की. दिस इज व्हाट माय 10-year-old टोल्ड मी वन डे कि आप पानी क्यों जाया करें. सो हमें एक फैसला करना पड़ेगा वेदर वी वांट टू बी अ ह्यूमन नेशन और अ सब ह्यूमन नेशन. बात अब यहां पहुंच गई है, वेदर वी लाइक इट और नॉट. जितनी मर्जी हम तकरीरें कर लें और तस्वीरें खिंचवा लें और जो मर्जी कह लें, न्यूक्लियर पावर और नो न्यूक्लियर पावर, दिस इज रियली वे वी आर. Don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that water is not a geopolitical issue, water is not a policy issue, but no matter what we do, we have to look at this aspect first, in terms of water and in other areas. हम रिफॉर्म की बात करते हैं वाटर की, so let me ask a few questions. National water policy, I just got the tail end of it. I'm sure it's been discussed earlier as well. Are we even serious about implementing it? Forget about implement hui ke nahi hui. Provincial water accords, are we serious? क्या प्रोविंसेस कंस्ट्रक्टिवली बात भी कर रहे हैं आपस में कि इसको कैसे मैनेज करना? अभी there was a comment made about the fact कि water scarcity. I think one of the colleagues said कि पानी कम है, अगर 4 खाने वाले हैं 1 रोटी है तो मसला तो होगा. The genius of policy is to come up with sustainable solutions in a constrained environment. अगर 5 लोग 5 रोटियां तो फिर डिस्कशन क्या है? मेरी आपकी जरूरत ही कोई नहीं. How have countries with not a drop of water done better in terms of conserving water than we have? That's the question to answer. वरना अगर मैं गवर्नमेंट में हूं, कोई और गवर्नमेंट में, तनख्वाह किस चीज की ले रहे? अगर 5 रोटियां और 5 लोग तो डिस्कशन ही कोई नहीं. लीडर का तो काम ही ये है कि you drive a conversation to the point where you get to the greater good without rupturing the political dynamic of that edifice. We're talking about a lot about smart agriculture, climate change की वजह से. मुझे ये बताएं, क्या हमारे पास अभी ये डेटा और ये इंफॉर्मेशन भी है कि क्लाइमेट चेंज इफेक्ट कैसे कर रहा है रिवर बेसिन्स को या ग्राउंड रेजर्वोयर्स, वाटर रेजर्वोयर? ये अभी किसी ने बात की, बिल्कुल ठीक बात की है. जो मसला है वो क्लाइमेट चेंज का मसला, ये भी अल्लाह ताला पे ही डाल दें. वाटर प्राइसिंग, वाटर अकाउंटिंग, फार्मर्स के लिए इंसेंटिव क्या है? I'll never forget a conversation, काफी lively conversation on crop patterns and use of water in a very, very, very high level meeting. यही बहस होती रही तो एक मोहतरमा उधर बात कर रही थी कि जी तबाह हो गए पानी, ये वो खुद शुगर केन फार्मर है. तो किसी ने गलती से कह दिया कि जी बाकी सब तो ठीक है, तो शुगर केन और पाकिस्तान और पानी और कैन वी थिंक अबाउट दिस? तो उन्होंने कहा जी आप लोगों की रोजी रोटी के पीछे पड़ गई, कमाल. एंड द कॉन्वर्सेशन एंडेड, दैट्स इट, पॉलिसी ओवर, बिकॉज द पर्सन हैड इनफ क्लाउड. So, let me bring all of this together by simply saying that unless we become a nation and a state and a policy audience that begins to introspect, ये डॉक्टर ज़ैनब बैठी हैं, आप इनसे पूछ सकते हैं. मेरा एक प्रिंसिपल है, मेरे ऑफिस में एक प्लैक लगी हुई है. The day you walk into my office and praise me for something I've done well will be the last day of your job. अपनी मीटिंग्स में किसी ऐसे बंदे को बिठाएं जिसमें इतनी हिम्मत हो कि आपको चैलेंज कर सके, आपसे सवाल पूछ सके, आपको बता सके कि क्या चीज़ गलत हो रही है. और फिर हमें ये समझ आएगी कि ये सारी पॉलिसीज़ ठीक है वाटर की, सारी इम्प्लीमेंटेशन मैकेनिज्म्स का सोचना चाहिए, IWT भी सोचनी चाहिए, कंजर्वेशन भी सोचनी चाहिए. But by doing nothing except being human with water, 30% of your water problem will be resolved that day. That's it. Nothing else is needed for that. बाकी काम भी करने हैं, I'm not debating that. But ये काम भी करना ज़रूरी है. Otherwise, we won't be able to get to the point where this conversation can go in a direction where we'll survive. Final point. अगर आप इससे भी डीपर इशू देखना चाहते हैं, the elephant in the room, that is that we are a purely elite captured society. Every rule, every incentive, every policy is made to protect the turf of the elite. You can define what the elite is, that's a separate conversation. So I'll end by telling you the Pakistan that I see in 2050, unless we change where we are going. That Pakistan is which will not be having internal migration जो अभी बात हुई यहाँ पे because of climate induced disasters or risks. That will be a Pakistan which will be thinking in terms of what the Mehergarh civilization was. the elite will be usurping land where water is available from everybody and anybody who occupies that land, per force, per policy, per strategy. And you will have internal migrations, internal conflict based on land capture by those who are powerful, for only one reason, that we would not have conserved our water between 2026 and 2050. The choice is ours. Everything else will follow, but we have to be human with water if we have to get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moeed Yusuf. And you have given so much to us to think about. And a very hard choice between being human and subhuman. So definitely. Moving on, we are now honored to recognize the contributions of our keynote speaker and the panel discussion one panelist and moderator. And I would like to request Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor Minhaj University Lahore, along with our esteemed guests, kindly come forward to present souvenirs to the panelists and the moderator and our keynote speaker. Sir, please. Rear Admiral Atikur Rahman, please join sir. And Rear Admiral Khalid, please join sir. First of all, I would like to request Dr. Moeed Wasim Yusuf, sir, please accept the token of appreciation for delivering keynote speech in today's 4th International Maritime Conference. Thank you so much for your candid talk and asking some crucial questions about our behaviors. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Abida Saeed, Department of Fisheries. Thank you so much, Madam, for your insightful discussion. Now I request Engineer Ehsan Iqbal Bela, sir, please come forward to receive a token of appreciation. Mr. Ali Sultan from Lahore University of Management Sciences, sir, please receive the shield. I would like to request Dr. Moeed Yusuf, sir, please join the panel for distributing the shields. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Dr. Ahmed Ali Gul. Sir, please receive the token of appreciation. Dr. Hassan Abbas, thank you so much for coming today, especially for our conference. Audience, please clap. They are the experts of the field and they have traveled all the way from different cities to be here. And next, I would like to invite Engineer Ahmed Sarwar Beg, representing WAPDA. Thank you so much. Ms. Mariam Abbasi, thank you so much, Ms. Mariam, for taking out time for our conference. And lastly, I would like to request Dr. Zainab Ahmed, moderator of Panel 1. Thank you so much, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, let us applaud all the panelists and the moderator of panel discussion 1 for their outstanding contributions and dedication to advancing the green economy through sustainable water conservation. Now, I would request everyone to please gather for the group photo, please. Thank you so much. I know this is too much for you people, but yeah, sure. Thank you so much. You please may be seated. And ladies and gentlemen, sir, abhi thodi si aur shield, sir. I would request the Vice Chancellor and our esteemed guests to please stay on stage to distribute some more souvenirs. The International Maritime Conference is the result and dedication of the hard work of our faculty members who meticulously planned and coordinated every aspect of this conference. So to honor their contributions, we invite our esteemed faculty members. First of all, I would like to invite Ms. Ikra Manzoor. एक minute. I would request Rear Admiral Abid to please, Atiq Rahman Abid Saab, please join VC Saab on stage to distribute souvenirs. Vice Admiral Ahmed Saeed and Gigi. We are presenting some of the souvenirs to our faculty members. First, Ms. Ikra Manzoor. Please receive your, Dr. Sadr, School of Biology, for her contribution to the International Maritime Conference. Dr. Sajda Begum, School of Political Science. Dr. Shafqat Rasool, School of Eastern Medicine, please receive your shield. Thank you so much. You please may be seated. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before moving forward to our panel discussion 2, we have our next keynote speech that will be delivered virtually on the theme of advancing sustainable maritime practices and global water conservation strategies. We are very honored that Professor Dr. Orkut Ulster, Nippon Foundation Professional Chair at World Maritime University, he will address this distinguished audience virtually. He brings a wealth of global expertise and insight that will enrich our understanding of the blue economy and sustainable water management. So I request the IT team to please play the keynote speech.
Good morning. My name is Aykut Ölçer. I am a naval architect and marine engineer by education. I am the director of research and the professor,
the management team to please
and
switch
also
off the
leading the
lights.
Department of Maritime Energy Management at the World Maritime University, in short, WMU. And the content of this presentation, which is Global Green Shipping Development, is based on the work and the report published by our university and Shanghai International Shipping Institute last year, September 2025. For those of you who are not familiar with the World Maritime University, World Maritime University was established in 1983 by the International Maritime Organization, IMO, and to build capacity for the professionals coming from developing countries. And this is still our main mandate. Our mandate is very simple, is to educate the future leaders of maritime and ocean. Now, international shipping is indispensable to the world, but is not sustainable due to its negative externalities, as you all know. Marine litter, sewage, ballast water, fouling, underwater noise, and air pollution, as you can see in this slide, are some of the examples of these externalities. The most of them are regulated by the IMO, and some are at the development stage in terms of an internationally binding regulation. Amongst these, air pollution resulting from international shipping got huge attention both in the maritime industry and the society due to its severe consequences such as human health problems and the climate change. Now the question is, how do we mitigate this and the other negative externalities towards green shipping? And the report we published, and I mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, and we basically look into many aspects of green shipping development, and we concluded at the end with the 4 subtitles. Global policy of green port and shipping, and the carbon trading market, and marine clean energy and renewable energy, and also the energy efficiency at the end of this report. Now, in the future, green environmental policies targeting the port and shipping industry will continue to be strengthened and tightened. The harbor and shipping enterprises face great pressure. Green and low carbon transformation has become inevitable path for the industry development. Carbon trading markets are being established around the world since turning GHG emission rights represented by carbon dioxide into commodities in the 1997 Kyoto Protocol Agreement. According to the Global Carbon Market Progress Report issued by the International Carbon Action Partnership, ICAP, 2 new global carbon markets have been added in 2024. By the end of the year, 2025, 38 carbon trading systems have been established, covering 23% GHG emissions, 58% of the global GDP, and 1/3 of the world's population, with 20 systems under consideration and development. When it comes to marine clean energy or renewable energy, by September 2025, marine clean energy is still dominated by LNG. The volume of LNG and methanol is significantly increased. Orders for hydrogen fuel ships are increased. Ammonia fuel is distributed in major ports around the world. Hydrogen fuel cell technology is constantly maturing, and the price of biofuel is falling. Totally, 210 ports worldwide can provide LNG refueling services. Singapore port is one of the main LNG refueling ports, so a year-on-year increase of 318% in LNG refueling volume in 2024. 23 ports can provide methanol refueling services for ships. Amongst them, methanol refueling volume of Rotterdam port increased rapidly with a year-on-year growth of 426% in 2024 and 894% in the first half of 2025. The first ammonia-fueled vessels are expected around 2026-2027, and pilot ammonia bunkering has been completed in Singapore, Rotterdam, Yokohama, and Dalian ports. International Energy Agency IEA reports that at present, renewable energy accounts for less than 4% of energy consumption in the transportation sector, but transport renewable demand could grow by around 3 e-joule in 2024 until 2030. Biofuels are regarded as a key energy source for reducing emissions in the shipping and aviation industries. Achieving a 2050 near zero pathway implies raising biofuels share in transport energy from the current 6% towards 20%. In addition, with the continuous improvement of shore power facilities, the emission requirements of ships in ports will become stricter, and ships in ports will use more shore power or zero carbon energy in the future. With the strengthening of environmental protection rules, there is a strong market demand for energy efficiency and emission reduction technologies. Under such circumstances, ship energy saving and emission reduction technology is increasingly abundant. In addition to different clean energy sources, there are more than 50 common energy efficiency and emission reduction technologies, including technical measures and various operational measures, and new technologies are still emerging. Classification Society DMV predicts that by 2030, the shipping industry can reduce fuel consumption by 4% to 16% through applicable technical and operational measures. Typical technical measures include hull optimization, wind assisted propulsion system, solar power, and propeller optimization. Such emerging technologies can effectively improve fuel efficiency and reduce GHG emissions, but generally face the problems of higher capex and longer payback time, a higher maintenance cost, and high requirements for ships and ports. Therefore, in adopting such technical measures, ship owners need to balance cost against lifetime savings and regulatory benefits. Operational measures mainly include route optimization, trim optimization, speed optimization, and automatic routing. Such measures, which are often supported by digital decarbonization technologies to support ship operation decisions, have become an integral part of modern ship operations. In general, the technologies with remarkable emission reduction potential, high technical maturity, good adaptability, convenient installation, and short payback time are more likely favored by the market. Over time, the market-tested technologies will be more widely applied. And thank you very much for the invitation to deliver this speech in the conference. And I wish you all the best and the success and the fruitful discussion during the conference. And thank you.
Thank you so much. Now we move to the panel discussion 2 that is focused on blue economy through sustainable water conservation. And this session will explore innovative strategy, policy perspectives, and practical solutions to advance sustainable maritime and aquatic resource management. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Aisha Safdar, Dean Social Sciences at Kennett College for Women, Lahore, to kindly come forward and moderate this session. Dr. Saiba, please take your seat, and I now hand over the proceedings to Dr. Aisha Safdar. Over to you, Dr. Saiba.
Good afternoon, and to all the distinguished guests, to the panelists who will be joining us, and the inquisitive minds who are sitting in the hall. So since this talk is about blue economy, it is often said that, you know, in the 20th century, most of the wars were fought over the oil. But definitely we see that the defining negotiations, or maybe the upcoming confrontations, they will in 21st century be more focused about water because of the scarcity that we have been facing in the recent years or decades, so to say. Today, as we gather under this theme of water for the future, navigating the blue and green economy through sustainable water conservation, we are here not just to talk about the natural resource, rather we are examining that how this conversation will affect the future of economies, of the food security, of the climate resilience, and above all, the human survival. And for that matter, I must say that we are very grateful to CREMA, Minhaj University, under the patronage of Professor Dr. Hussain Mohyuddin Qadri, who is the Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, and the dynamic leadership of the Vice Chancellor of Minhaj University, Professor S.M. Shahzad Saab, for organizing this meaningful conversation and for providing this platform of discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, when we talk about blue economy, that somehow challenges us to rethink that somehow water is not an infinite gift of the nature that we can use recklessly. Rather, it is a natural resource. It is a strategic economic asset that sustains the livelihoods, that enables the trades to flow, that somehow supports the biodiversity, and also on the whole it shapes the geopolitical realities of the world. So yet we talk about its significance. It is very important that if it is not used sustainably, these promises can become a paradox in the future as well. Also, very recently we've seen that the supply of water is expected to outstrip by like 40% by the year 2030. So this is the reason why the sustainable use of the sustainability of blue economy is very important, and it is very important how we govern and start conserving the water resources that we have today. And ladies and gentlemen, as we know that we are a country which is a water-stressed country, it is even more important. It is even a more strategic priority that it requires for us to use water in the most sane and in the more reasonable manner, so to say. With this, today's panel definitely is going to reflect on a very critical question, and that is that can blue economy truly thrive without embedding the conservation part into it? So the question that we will be posing to our esteemed panelists is not as simple as how just to use water, but rather how to value it, how to conserve it, how to govern it, and in addition, what we can say is that to use it sustainably and sensibly. And for this discussion, we have a distinguished guest of panel with us. I would now like to introduce you to them and would request them to please join us on the stage. First of all, we have with us Vice Admiral Dr. Ahmed Saeed Hilal Imtiaz, military. Sir, can you please join us on the stage? As a seasoned Pakistan Navy officer, sir has served with distinction, and he's retired as Chief of Staff of Naval Headquarters, specializing in submarine warfare, defense strategy, and maritime diplomacy. He is a recipient of Hilal Imtiaz, Sitara Imtiaz, and Tamga Imtiaz. He has served as the president of Pakistan Institute of Maritime Affairs, very famously known as NEMA, which is one of the Pakistan's leading maritime think tank focusing on maritime security. Sir, welcome on board. Next, we have Rear Admiral Muhammad Khalid Hilal Imtiaz, military. Sir, can you please join us on the stage? Sir Khalid was commissioned into the Ops branch of the Pakistan Navy in 1995, and he's a graduate of Pakistan Naval Academy, Karachi, and US Naval Postgraduate School, California. He has completed various national and international professional courses and holds an MS degree in physical oceanography from USA. In addition to his formal education, he has maintained a strong academic orientation and has been actively involved in research and scholarly work in maritime oceanographic domains, with contributions to professional publications and academic forums. He has had an illustrious naval career with extensive command and staff experience, has commanded 2 naval ships. He has also served as Commandant Pakistan Naval Academy, and he has represented Pakistan at various United Nations and IHO forums. Sir, thank you for joining us today.
I think great privilege. Coming to the question, I think the topic which has been chosen is very, very apt in a way that we have never had a kind of conversation in which we linked the blue and the green economy together, and that too in terms of conservation of water. So typically the question gives me a lead that water conservation is more akin to or relevant to the green economy, whereas the quality of water which flows towards the sea is actually the important ingredient which is impacting our blue economy. So in that context, mainly the pollution I would be talking about, that over the period, what totally about over 500 million gallons untreated water is going towards the sea. And we did plan certain sewage treatment plants, which is SW1, 2, and 3, and some effluent treatment, combined effluent treatment plants. So combined together, its capacity at the moment, they are actually not operating at full capacity, but that comes out to be about 55 million gallon per day. So this is about 10-11% of the total which is we are treating. So the magnitude of destruction which is creating towards the blue economy is in terms of biodiversity loss. That is the fisheries. 80% of our fisheries have depleted, but not solely because of this, but excuse me, the fisheries which is artisanal or which is close to the shore, that has been affected. And because of its quality, its poisonous lead poisoning and other cadmium poisoning, we are losing the export quality fish. Second is the coastal erosion, then is the habitat, then is the corals, and altogether all these things are actually combining together the effect on our blue economy. We have been saying that the blue economy has a greater potential, that is over 100 billion, and we need to increase it, and we have done a lot of policies on it. Of late, we have given Vision 30 and Vision 100 also. All these visions are looking towards enhancing our maritime potential. But until unless we do not treat these areas first, this will and wish or vision will not come to terms. So 90% of the untreated waste is going from the Indus Delta. The rest of the 10% is from Gidani as well as from the ships, those who are throwing untreated waste onto the sea. So we are signatory of a lot of treaties, but I'll not go into the details. Coming to the major problems of course, as the first panel has alluded to, plus Dr. Muid Yusuf also said, it is our own habits. Our own habits which are contributing towards pollution of the sea. That is number one, as a society. Number two is policy and achievements gap with respect to its monitoring systems, its resource generations. That is far, I think the gap is too big. Like giving you only a single example. Under the PSDP, if we are thinking under the Ministry of Planning and Division, if we are seeing that if we have to go into regenerating our blue economy, so we will require about $387 billion dollars. So this is a huge gap. How we are going to get this in next maybe 5 years? But next comes our 10 years plan, and that we require about 500 billion. So these are the resources requirement and constraint which I think will have to be seen and will have to be planned accordingly. Thank you. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you so much for highlighting this important policy narrative to be saying like that this maybe the strategic maritime vision as a whole is not sufficient unless it is spearheaded by or operationalized through the infrastructure, or maybe what you can say the institutional capacity and the sustainable development in that way. So building from this complex conjuncture of economics and conservation, my next question is from Rear Admiral Khalsa. So we have been seeing that our coast, the Pakistan's coast, has been, badly hit by the marine pollution. So, sir, I would like you to please shed some light on what extent this marine pollution and this environmental threat has affected the coast of Pakistan. And I'm sure that you will be talking about the regulatory framework, but other than that, what do you think, what can be done at the national level to deal with this menace? Thank you.
Dr. Shah, thank you very much. And this is my first time coming over here. I could not spare time during the past conferences. And before I respond to your question, there is one thing which, wherever I go, I leave it for the audience. And this is something which I learned when I was undergoing for my MS Physical Oceanography, that healthy ocean is which drives the healthy planet which we have. Why? Because 50 to 70% of the oxygen which is created on this planet is coming from the sea. How many of us were knowing this thing? This is the big equator toward the poles, which is basically translating the human living in the colder areas. So these are the three factors because of which I say that without the healthy ocean, we can't have the healthy planet. So now coming to the question about the extent, I really tell you that it requires a lot of discussion, but I will try to consolidate in a way that I will distribute whole of the coastline, which is over 1,000 kilometers, into three distinct parts. One is from the Sir Creek to the Port Qasim area, which is mainly mangroves, mud flats, and the part of the Indus Delta. And then the area between this mangroves and the hub coast of the Balochistan, that area which is the Karachi Port Complex area. And then from there on to Gwadar Bay to Iran, which is basically the Makran coast. So all these three have got the distinct peculiarities and the different type of effects are there on it. If we talk about the mangroves area, the Indus Delta area, there is limited extent of the sewage pollutant over there, limited extent of the oil, which is from the ports and shipping. But the plastic waste is much in this area, and that is because of the nets of the fishermen. And then the reduction of the sediment, which is coming from the top, that has reduced. And as a result of that, and as a result of the global warming, the seawater intrusion in this area has gone too bad in this case. And now we see the seepage of the seawater well into the land. So the land of the farmer is no more usable for the purpose of the agriculture. So apart from pollution, that is another aspect of this belt. Now coming to the Karachi Port area, where the Karachi Port and the Port Qasim are there. Geographically, this is closer to one of the biggest industrial city of the Pakistan also. People are living over there, a huge number of the people. So it is affecting in that area, as Sir has alluded a few moments ago, the extent of that. And I really tell you that out of those 500 MGD, 100 MGD is from the industrial effluent. And hardly 15 to 20% of that is being treated. Apart from that is the sewage waste, but these are the statistics of the area which is morely closer to the Karachi port, coming from mainly from the Malir River and the Lyari River. But we have not documented 3 or 4 bigger nalas which are directly streaming into the PQA channel. We have not done any work on it till now. So if we add, I don't know where we will go. Then coming to the Balochistan or Makran coast, I'll say that limited oil pollution is there. The plastic pollution is less. But as the Gwadar will pick up, and as there were few other projects which are coming into the Ormara, if we do not go for the integrated coastal zone management, this is going to become worse. And here I would like to say that how much the time which you will take to disturb the nature, you'll have to give more than that time after putting the corrective action to restore it. So we need to do certain things about the Makran coast now. That's all I would like to conclude for the whole coast of Pakistan in 3 areas, basically.
Sir, the national effort part, would you try to please expand on that
Yes.
as well? Yes.
Thank you very much for reminding me. I would like to come some other time into this university to talk on this particular aspect. The regulatory measures are there, everything is there. We know that what is the problem. To my understanding, it is the management and the governance that is the bigger issues. But what bigger we can think of, at least I can give you some food thought which we can take towards our national maritime policy. And that is marine spatial planning. Means that all along that 1,000-kilometer coast, what we want to make where? Horizontally and well into the sea. We don't want to have the activities which are overlapping each other, which are contradictory to each other. That is one part. Then after we have decided that what we are going to build where, then we need to go for the integrated coastal zone management, which is the sea and land interaction part in a sustainable way. Here we will be talking about the pollution. We will be talking about restoring the mangroves. We will be talking about all those activities which are moving towards the sustainable activities. But the bigger challenge is, can we do this marine spatial planning without any data? Any research is futile without data. So the data is available with the different departments, and those departments are working in silos. And all that data is not interoperable. That is, again, a challenge. But the world has come a long way on this, and there is a concept of marine spatial data infrastructure, where all these data sets, which have got the spatial and geographical variations, temporal variation, that can be brought together in that setup in a way that it becomes interoperable. And then it can be used again and again. And that is the real key, that you can have the real potential of data set. Once you have got that, that will derive the marine spatial planning. And then it will derive the integrated coastal zone management. It seems a longer route, but I really tell you, that is the only sustainable way. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. What emerges very clearly from your response is that the marine pollution along the coast of Pakistan is not only an environmental issue, it is a bigger threat. And apart from the regulatory framework, I think it's very important that we need to take this at the national level. It needs to be taken as an integrated governance framework wise agenda, where probably the port authorities, the municipal administration, the private sector, and the environmental agencies should work together under the broad umbrella of a unified maritime sustainability agenda, so to say. So,
if you give me 30 seconds for the audience, on those 3 concepts, I've already shared my recommendations with the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. Just on the T, I have talked to the AS also, and I talked to the Minister also, and hopefully we will be able to put this thing in the National Maritime Policy which is coming.
thank you so much. Moving on to our next panelist, Mr. Fayaz Rasool. Thank you so much for sparing time out. And sir, since you have been working on the mangrove restoration, and also you have been managing the marine debris, and I'm so, overwhelmed seeing your collaborations with the WWF. So based on that experience, we see that, sir, when we talk about the blue economy and its future, we see that it is not only a state-led initiative, and there are multiple stakeholders involved, starting from fishery to ports to shipping, and there are so many. What do you think their role can be to somehow, in sharing the responsibility of this marine pollution control and also, biodiversity restoration? And do you look up to any kind of a model, so to say, that can define it or can somehow, channel it, in your opinion? Please, your comments, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting Karachi Port Trust. For the first time we are here in the Minhaj University. And I hope in the next upcoming conference we will be also participating. The thing which you have just asked about are the shared responsibilities. Yes, blue economy cannot be tackled alone by the Pakistan government. It is be tackled by if all the actors are going to play their own parts. For example, if ports and shipping industries, if they realize that they have to produce zero waste and they have to work in the green shipping, so then this is one of the best solution. The other thing which is very much which I want to share with you at the port level, that ports have also take their responsibility rather than saying that pollution is coming from the inland. This pollution no doubt is coming. Karachi is a very big city. As one of our guest of honor, my senior, has told you that 500 million gallons per day for the students. 1 gallon is, if I'm not good in mathematics, 1 gallon is 3.8 liter. And if you just multiply this 3.8 liter with the 500 million gallons, so then you can imagine how much sewage is coming directly from two main nalas, that is Malir and Liari Nadi, towards the Karachi port along with the marine debris. And it is very interesting to share with you that lately it was Sindh Solid Waste Management Board was developed by the government of Sindh on the study carried out by the Asian Development Bank that Karachi produced. It is this data is of 2010, that Karachi is only producing more than 8 to 10,000 tons solid waste daily, which is more than currently, if not more, if I say very say that 60% can be managed, but 40% coming from the waterways to the sea. And these marine debris and the pollution, that is sewage pollution, industrial pollution and wastewater pollution, sewage pollution, how much rather than sitting and crying on it, KIPT is planning, but has been planned to involve the technical firms that we should have real-time monitoring pollution, where pollution is coming, where oil spills are occurring, and where we can just go and act. For example, we are planning to have trash skimmers, that is AI technological trash skimmers. On those trash skimmers, they are, should I stop for? Okay. These trash skimmers are advanced technology, and they will collect. Should I stop?
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Dr. Hussain Moizuddin Qadri. Thank you for coming today, sir. So can we continue our panel discussion? Okay. Thank you so much. Sir, please.
Thank you very much. So I'm talking about that Karachi Port Trust is planning to have special type of trash skimmers that are very advanced, and they have the technology which can just identify the real-time pollution in the sea. Number two, what we are investing also in the wastewater treatment with the government of Sindh. We are going to be a partner with them to solve that problem in investing that wastewater treatment plants. And the other thing is that which is very have to be known by the shipping companies, that they have to invest also in the ballast water treatment. All the ships which are coming at the Karachi port or at the Port Qasim, they should have treated the ballast water. These ballast water have invasive species in with them, and these invasive species, if released into our waters, so it can be an economical loss for our species, for our fisheries also. This is one of the certain danger which we can cater on if we involve our shipping industries. The last thing we just mentioned, the model. We are talking from last many years, blue economy, blue economy. Now it is the time. One of our speakers said that we should have a blue economy policy, but I said that we should have a blue economy trust. And that blue economy trust is the lead by the Maritime Affairs, as you just mentioned that you have given the suggestion to the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. So that should be lead by the Ministry of Maritime Affairs. This is going to be one of the going to be best model. And in And these trusts, all the players, that NGOs, civil society organizations, government has to lead, and all the other stakeholders, whether it is at local level, municipal levels, provincial levels, or at the national levels, they have to play their roles. And from where then, okay, you have the trust, now the reason will be that for that model to be success, from where will give you finance? Yes, finances is there. You have to blend the finances. For example, if you just look just behind you, corporates are there, vital, Port Qasim, Karachi Port, PNSC, they are funding to happen this conference here. So why these type of corporates can't blend their all money together to develop that trust? So this is one of the, I think, is the model that we should go for Blue Economy Trust. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting this need that the stakeholders as a whole, they need to share both the responsibility as well as the accountability for the environmental stewardship. And from this, we move on to a very critical dimension of this panel discussion, and that is the legal and the regulatory framework. And for that, we have with us Barrister Nudrat with us. Ma'am, from a legal perspective, I would like to say you that can you please tell us that what role can the maritime law can play in guiding the Pakistan with reference to the blue economy? How can they make their policies and with special reference to somehow balancing between the economic aspect as well as the ecological aspects of it? Please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. When I started debating at age 8, my debate teacher used to, in the government school in Islamabad, used to spend longer teaching me to memorize how to address the audience rather than on the subject matter, which really surprised me. Years later, I realized that that adab, that etiquette, is very important in recognizing and acknowledging any initiative that takes place. So allow me to begin. Honorable Deputy Chairman of the Board of Governors, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Honorable Directors of CRIMA, senior personnel of Pakistan Navy, Honorable former Director of National Institute of Maritime Affairs, and the audience. Assalamu alaikum. This is a great conference. This is the 4th year. I'm intrigued at the success of this conference because 85% of this room is filled by women. So is this a subject that interests women more than men? Or is it that women just understand it better? But this is not a judgment. I'm really intrigued, and I hope the one thing that we do get a chance is to make it more interactive. I will keep my answers short because law can be very technical. And at this stage, this is not the time and place. But equally, it is very important. So going back to Dr. Aisha's question, which is extremely important, is the role of maritime law in economic growth and in nature conservation or marine conservation. How and what role does maritime law play in balancing these two? The short answer is economic growth happens where there is certainty. Economic growth needs certainty. When there is certainty, investments come. Investments, when they come, that is where money is generated. These are, I'm really speaking in bullet points. It is very important to understand the bigger picture of it. We can only have economic growth if there is certainty. When there is certainty, we will get investments. When there are investments, we can fund our projects. Similarly, the second aspect is looking at the marine conservation and water resources. Again, what are the components in this? The components in marine conservation is knowledge. Only if you have knowledge will you then go to the next step, which is identifying issues. Only once issues are identified, and that is where conferences like the one organized by CRIMA, like excellent ones organized by NEMA, by Pakistan Navy, by Aman Exercise Dialogues, Only once issues are identified can we think of solutions. And only when we have solutions, then we need money to implement them. So both these components of economic growth and marine conservation ultimately come down to investments coming and implementing solutions. And all of that is underpinned by law. If you don't have the laws, you don't have the rules, you cannot do any of these things. So the role that maritime law plays in balancing economic growth and marine conservation is that it underpins it. It is the foundation. How, when, by whom, to whom is the answer to the next questions.
Thank you so much. So which means that effective legal instruments and the policy enforcement mechanism can somehow serve as a bridge between the growth ambitions as well as the ecological stewardship too. So moving on to the next question, sir, back to Vice Admiral Dr. Ahmed Saeed. Sir, back to you. Since when we define blue economy, our understanding is that it is defined by three components: the naval security, maybe the shipping, and the commercial aspects of it, and number third would be the environmental aspect. My question is, sir, with regards to civil-military coordination, what kind of framework you see is good enough to ensure that when the sea is used economically, it does not compromise its ecological side? Sir, your views.
Thank you. Just to just to compliment when the ma'am said that a lot of ladies are today here, reminds me of a quotation from our Qaid-e-Azam Muhammad Ali Jinnah when he said that, give me good mothers and I'll give you a good nation. So that is the baseline that since morning, if today we are coming to one bottom line, and that is our values are not compatible with our sustainable habits. And that is where the role of our family comes into play, role of our women come into play. So I'm very hopeful, inshallah, that whatever tomorrow future we are looking at, and we are planning for, a greater contribution would be coming from our ladies. So coming towards the question about the blue economy, ideally you have already alluded to that sustainability is the main component of the blue economy, of course, centered on the well-being of the humankind, and then is the development part, that is the trade. So within this, the major part of the blue economy at sea is governed under the UN Clause 1982, plus the pollution conventions which we have. So under that, I think a major revamp is undertaking in which the shipping industry is being converted into green shipping. Of course, that is a challenge because it will have its, in terms of changing its architecture, it is very cumbersome. But for Pakistan, I would say that as we are going into enhancing our PNSC fleet also, under the Vision 2030, and next 1 year we are enhancing our shipping from 12 to 30, and then in next 2 years we are going for 60 ships. So although it's a very ambitious, but at the same time, in parallel, those conventions are being also adhered to. So that means in days to come, blue economy related to shipping, as far as the construction, all these things are being taken care of. Second is the ship breaking industry. That is normally, nowadays we call it ship recycling industry, which it used to be the leading industry in Pakistan. But now initiatives have restarted into that. We have already signed we were the signatory of Basel Convention, but we have signed the Hong Kong Convention as well. So we are going into the conversion. At the moment, I think 3 have been certified out of 136. And in days to come, I think within a year, 10 more, and then the process is going to rejuvenate. So all that industry which was actually polluting sea in terms of blue economy, that will be converted into blue economy. That means it will save the pollution from the sea. So then as sustainability part is on to the fisheries. On fisheries, a lot of initiatives are being taken place. Then is the ecotourism. I think that is the missing link in our scope at the moment. We have not started as far as the blue economy related tourism. So whenever it comes into play, I'm sure that now the policies have gone into very robust model, and the regulatory mechanisms are also being placed. So I am pretty hopeful. The blue economy future with relation to Pakistan is very bright. Only the two things which I highlighted earlier also is the resource constraint. In that, Pakistan first time in PSDP have dedicated 20% of the PSDP in relation to the green and blue economy related initiatives. So let's hope for the best, and I'm sure that it will come up well.
Thank you so much, sir, for the optimistic approach and answer to this. Next, Sir Rear Admiral Muhammad Khalid. Sir, since when we talk about these ports, marine pollution comes as a common denominator. I mean, it is an issue that most of the ports face because they are near to maybe the industries or the effluents are there, and there is shipping, and all of that combined, it contributes to the marine pollution. So my question is that what Port Qasim has been, what techniques are they been employing in terms of their regulatory and operational mechanism to deal with it, while also keeping the investors and the trade interests intact?
Okay, thank you. Let me first introduce a little bit of the Port Qasim so that, connection can be made to your question. In fact, Port Qasim is the second biggest port of Pakistan, and it is catering about 45% maritime trade of Pakistan. And this is a special port in the sense that it has got an industrial complex behind it. And there are about 800 industries presently working in that complex, and still 30 more are going to come. Apart from that, the channel is quite long through which the ship traverses. It's about 49 kilometers long. And the mangroves are so much over there that we have to take special care to preserve it. So this is what the Port Qasim is. Now coming to taking care, the PQA Act of 1973 provides three things. First, it forces PQA to take all measures to ensure the sea, land, and air is cleaner in that port. Secondly, all the merchant shipping which is coming in the port, they have to abide by the IMO rules and regulations which are applicable at that time to ensure that they do not pollute our waters. Third is that if somebody does it, then the port has got, as per Act, certain penalties, the power to penalize that entity. So this is what the regulatory part is there. Then it comes to the operational, that how we are operating it to do all these things. We have got a Maritime Pollution Control Center. There are two functions of that center. One is the monitoring, and the other is under the National Marine Disaster Contingency Plan. They have to maintain a Tier 1 response against the oil pollution. Tier 1 response means about 7 tons of the oil spillage if it occurs, then our port should be able to handle it by itself. So this MPCC is doing the monitoring also and ensuring that capability is available. Apart from monitoring, we have created one sewage treatment plant, which is working. Plus, we are upgrading it at this moment. That upgrade is continuously going on. And then we are adding another effluent treatment plant, which is a combined form, which is taking care of the industrial and the sewage also. About 5.7 billion project is currently in progress, and we are quite hopeful that by the end of this year, both upgrades and the new construction will be completed, inshallah. So that will be something which will ensure that all those 3 nalas through which the industrial waste is coming, we will be able to put a check on it. Now, for the purpose of ensuring that the investments remain safe, we have employed 2-pointer strategy. First of all, we are not asking the industrialists to put up all the measures at the same moment because it becomes too difficult. So we are asking them that they should give us a roadmap, and we will just monitor that roadmap that they are doing all those steps which are required to be done as per they expand. And second, that we are not relying on the results of our lab. We go for the third party, that SGS labs. So the report from the SGS lab will be there so that these investors and these industrialists, they should be clear that there is a third party on checking for us also and for them also. So these are the 2 measures which we have put in place. Right.
So, well, this is a series of accountability, which means that it's not an environmental obligation, rather it's an operational necessity.
Yes. Sorry, I forgot one thing. The other part was about the environment, which I was telling you about the mangroves. Alhamdulillah, I can say it with conviction that whatever mangrove cover we had in our jurisdiction, it has not decreased, rather it has increased. And that is because of the 2 aspects. One is that wherever we need to cut the mangroves because of certain thing, we ensure that 10 plants against 1 tree cut should be planted and should be taken care till the time they grow. That is one thing. And then we basically approach the communities while living in that, and then we plan certain growing of the mangroves campaigns in our islands. And these are the 2 ways that we have increased the mangrove cover.
Thank you, sir. Sir Fayaz Rasool, since your work is primarily on the mangroves, my question is more directed towards that. We see that mangrove and the biodiversity restoration is often seen as a long-term investment, and that is the reason why most of the stakeholders are less interested to, invest their time and energy into this sector. So my question is that how can we quantify its economic benefits and its social benefits to somehow, what you can say, to attract the sustainable financing? Is there any way of doing that, please?
Yes, it's a very interesting topic. We are going to put a dollar tag on the forest. First of all, as Khalid Saab said, the mangroves. I don't know whether you are aware about the mangroves, or at the last of the discussion you will say that we are talking about the mangoes. Kya ji, hum to aamon ki baat kar rahe the. But mangroves are actually coastal forest, which are used to be naturally grown on the our coast. And if you just visualize coast from the Sir Creek to the Karachi port, it's all covered with mangroves. If you are talking about the coastal environment, actually you are talking about the mangroves development. And on the other hand, at the Balochistan coast, we have 3 pockets. One at Sonmiani, at Miani Khor, the other as Kalmat Khor, and the third one as the Gwatarwe, where we are sharing these mangroves forest, these coastal forests with the Iran. And as you said, as we are quantified, that means we have to put some type of dollar tag on it. Then and you have a dollar tag on it, then you can just imagine and say, oh, it is very precious, we have to conserve it. So conserving mangroves is not conserving a forest, it's an ecosystem which we are talking about. United Nations Sustainable Development Goals are sitting in front of me. They are saying these sustainable development goals that no one left behind when you are talking about the development. And the mangrove ecosystem, when we are talking about the mangroves development, we are talking about all the species which are dependent on these ecosystems. For example, there is one species of oyster that is called Cresostea rhizophori. It means that is a rhizophora, that is one of the species of the mangroves. It only grows on the drop roots of dead trees. If rhizophora is not there, that species is not going to be there. I'm just taking some time that we have to be Pakistan has to be 8 or more than 8 species are growing naturally in the mangrove forest, but now we have only 4 species left, and that is due to overcutting, that is due to pollution, and that is due to urbanization, and that is also due to you are talking about the water. That is integrated approach is really needed in Pakistan if you are talking about the conserve the mangroves. Khalid Sahab and Sir also mentioned about the sediments. If you are not providing the Indus water, which is directly 92 million acre feet we need for the delta. We need for the delta. Delta is dying. If delta is dying, it means mangroves are dying. So mangroves are very precious. And quantifying on that, first of all, I just give you an example of as an economic benefit of the mangroves. That these economic benefit of the mangroves is that if you conserve 1 hectare of the mangroves, you will save $100,000 for the coastal stabilization. You go for the, if it is a storm and tsunamis, you go for, there is one only engineering solution, just go and create the dikes, they are band bana dein. This is one of the solutions, but this is a nature-based solution for you. As I mentioned, right from the Sir Creek up to the Karachi port, all are the mangroves. Just grow mangroves, protect these mangroves, so you have to save this $100,000. For example, in this 2022, the floods which have come, the World Bank, this is a third party, independent party, they have just estimated that 20 to 30% of the coast of Sindh has been saved due to these mangroves. If you just imagine how much they are serving for that, how much dollar you are going to put on that, so then you can understand. For another thing that is carbon, as Sir informed, that they are these mangroves ecosystem are the best sequester. As a governance, Sir, you told that about 70% of the oxygen our oceans are sinking, and the mangroves are also one of the carbon sink. As we know that 1,000 ton of carbon per hectare of the mangroves can sink that in the mangrove ecosystem, and you can have carbon credit from them, and that is very simple. If it's 1,000 hectare per year, so just we have a $5 जो carbon credit का पैसा देते हैं, those companies have $5 per ton देते हैं, so if just multiply how much dollars you can earn from conserving these mangrove forests. So one of this is one of the benefits. The other benefit is that our mangroves are actually the nurseries of the fisheries. If we just go through to the Balochistan coast, if we have an idea of the Pasni fish harbor, all the Pasni fish harbor shrimp is coming from the Kalmat Khor, and Kalmat Khor is the dense mangrove forest. So it means it's a very good link. It is no, आपको कोई साइंस की ज़रूरत नहीं है कि आप जाके वहाँ स्टडीज़ करें. Very simple, आपको नज़र आ जाता है कि जी all Pasni का जो जितना भी shrimp आ रहा है, it's coming from the Kalmat. So we have to, this means that shrimps industry has a very direct link with these mangrove forests. So these are the benefits which we can have. And what about the models which we can have from these sustainable financing you are talking about? We can create mangroves bond. We can say to the investors, okay, just invest in the mangroves, and in the shape, if you have a mangroves bond, government देती है ये कोई investment इस तरह की, so we have investment in it, invest in the mangroves restoration, and after you have a good growth of the mangroves, and biodiversity is there, fisheries is there, you can have a carbon credit, and from earning from that carbon credit, you can refund back that. And this is one of the major sustainable कि आप mangroves bond को introduce करें. Thank you.
Thank you so much, which means that economic conservation is not just a cost, it is a critical investment in the blue economy sector. And this brings us to the last question of this panel discussion, and that is from Barrister Nudra. Ma'am, since our theme this year is under the legal framework, it had been international law and maritime disasters. Can you please quote us a few cases which has recently taken place, and also how have they impacted Pakistan?
Thank you very much. The biggest maritime disasters that have happened have not been on sea. They have been in the law. So it's very important to understand the bigger picture in this. America is not a signatory to UNCLOS, which is the UN Convention on the Law of the Sea. There are many other conventions. America last month announced that it was withdrawing from 66 international conventions and treaties. The same debate has spilled into Europe, where the British Parliament is under discussion and debate on which treaties they should pull out of because international law is not working. So that is one of the biggest threats to the larger framework of maritime disasters. And it's connected to physical disasters. There are many reasons for why this disaster on land is happening and in the law, but it is also connected. In the maritime disasters, if we just look at a few that have taken place recently, one of the biggest ones in the Indian Ocean, which is our habitat, was the Wakashio oil spill. Wakashio was a Japanese ship that was passing close to the island of Mauritius, which is in the Indian Ocean, kind of the southern Indian Ocean part of it. Mauritius is a small island where the bulk of their economy comes from marine tourism. They have endangered species, they have fisheries, they have an entire civic society and a nation that is run on marine tourism. This Wakashio ship was passing close to the island of Mauritius when the captain realized, and he had requests from his crew, that they didn't have mobile phone signal. So the captain detoured, went off course, and came a bit too close to the island of Mauritius and collided there and had a collision. So, and the result of the collision was it was carrying over 1,000 metric tons of oil. That oil spilled into the sea. Within hours, 50 whales and dolphins were shored up dead on the beach. And after almost 6 years, it's been over 5 years, the ripple effects are still happening. But physically, when you look at a disaster like that, we hear in the news that there is a disaster response that immediately is undertaken. So the people were saved, there was no life casualty. They tried to then remove the wreck of the ship. And so you see a lot of physical action that takes place, the same in other disasters on the ocean. If there's terrorism, we hear about how the ships will sail, they will increase their speed, and they will protect themselves from terrorists. If there are drugs, we hear about how defense forces or coast guards or maritime implementation stakeholders will intercept them. So those things we hear about, but that's the beginning of the legal story. The legal story sometimes continues for years. So when you have a disaster like this, or another disaster that also took place a vessel was called Sanchi, and this was a Iranian freight vessel which collided with a Hong Kong tanker. And the result of that collision also created a huge environmental marine disaster, but also a huge legal battle. When the legal battle comes, then we're not talking about law as we see it in Pakistan. If you and I have a fight, we have a contract, or there is a criminal offense, we know exactly what the legal steps will be. There is a perpetrator, there is a victim, there is a law, which is the national law, so we know the statutes, we know the courts, all of that is familiar. But when you put it into the international domain, then questions are, which law, and which country, and which place, where is the causal link of the offense that happened? So just to give you an example, the Wakashio ship was owned by a Japanese company, but it wasn't registered in Japan. It was registered on a small island called Panama, where a lot of vessels are registered. Why? Because the laws are very fluid, because there's no enforcement of laws. So in maritime law, you have a concept called the flag of convenience. The flag of convenience means that you can have a ship, but you can register it somewhere else and then have that flag, which means that any legal issue that arises after a dispute or a disaster will have to be taken to that flag of convenience country. It's a very effective way for people who don't want to take responsibility or accountability to register. You may go through, you may find out who the flag of convenience is. We may find out which judicial forum, whether it's UNCLOS or the International Court of Justice. We may identify who's the perpetrator, who's the victim, what is the causal link. We may get a decision at the end. And then what happens? International law has no mechanism to enforce that decision. Because if there's a decision in England or some other country, why would I apply it in Pakistan? I need a decision from the courts of Pakistan. And because of the problems with enforcing the decisions of these maritime disasters or disputes, countries have now started losing faith. To conclude, all of these laws, the judicial forums, the statutes, constitute what we call hard law. Over the last decade, maritime lawyers like me, international lawyers, arbitration lawyers, have realized that where hard law has challenges, we cannot give up, and equally, we cannot make hard law so quickly because it has to go through, on a domestic level, Parliament, on an international level, at the forums, either the International Maritime Organization or the UN or bilateral. So those forums they're not things that you can agree on within a month or 6 months. Sometimes they take 10 years. So lawyers like myself have realized and have started working on what we call soft law. Soft law is the answer to a lot of these issues that are faced by hard law. Now, soft law does not mean that it's just, oh, you and I sit together and we have negotiation. That could be a part of it. Soft law are rules. They are codes of conduct. There are training workshops. They are custom usage and rules that are implemented by organizations. For example, Pakistan Navy started the Aman exercises in 2012. They have them every 2 years. Last year, in 2025, they added another layer, which was the dialogue. What will come of the dialogue? If it's published and printed by any forum or department of Pakistan Navy, will slowly become soft law. And that is that is reachable. That is something that we can use. And that is something for Pakistan that we really need to start enhancing, and we do. I have my associates here. One of our cases, which was a maritime dispute, got stuck in the Sindh High Court. We were fighting it for 3 years. Every month we used to go from Lahore to Sindh High Court, Karachi. But because of different challenges and delays, we could not get enforcement. And we're talking about goods that can perish. We're talking about a time frame, a commerce that has to be speedy if it's going to be successful. What happened? We wrote so many letters to the Chief Justice of the Sindh High Court that eventually he issued a notification saying commercial cases, especially arbitration award enforcement cases, they have to be decided within 6 months. Our dispute was decided like that. So that was a soft law. We did have a hard law, but we were stuck with it. And that's my takeaway, and I hope that I can impart that to you, that law is very important, but law is also very broad, and humans make the law. Law is made for humans. Humans are not made for the law. So we have to keep working on it.
Thank you so much for giving us a very practical approach of dealing with such unfortunate disasters taking place. With this, we come to the conclusion, and as we conclude this highly substantive, panel discussion today, one policy reality clearly stand out, that probably what I can make out of this discussion is that our maritime future will not probably be determined by how rapidly we will be expanding our coastal infrastructure, but rather probably how intelligently and wisely we govern the ecological aspects or the ecological systems that sustain it. With these words, I would like to thank all my worthy panelists for joining us today and for your valuable insights and comments on this important topic. And thank you so much to all the audiences for your patience hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Aisha Safdar and esteemed panelists for a very interesting discussion on blue economy. And we are now honored to recognize the contributions of the panel discussion too. And I would like to request Professor Dr. Hussain Moizuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University, Lahore. So please come forward to present souvenirs to the panelists and the moderators. First of all, I would like to invite Vice Admiral Dr. Ahmed Saeed Hilal Imtiaz Military, former President, National Institute of Maritime Affairs, Islamabad. So please receive this token of appreciation. I would like to request Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad, please join Dr. Hussain Moizuddin Qadri and Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad. Now I would invite Rear Admiral Muhammad Khalid, Hilal Imtiaz Military, Director General Operations, Port Qasim Authority, Karachi. So please receive this token of appreciation from Honorable Professor Dr. Hussain Moizuddin Qadri and the panel. Thank you so much for coming and joining us. Mr. Fayaz Rasool, Manager Marine Pollution Control Department, Karachi Port Trust, Karachi. So thank you for your time. I would like to request Barrister Nudrat Majid, Maritime Law Expert. Thank you so much, Madam, for coming and for sharing your insights with us. Now I request Dr. Aisha Safdar to kindly come forward and receive the souvenir from our Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Hussain Moizuddin Qadri, and our Registrar, Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad. We are honored by the presence of Ms. Beetle Ostik. She is Vice Consul General, Turkish Consulate in Pakistan. Madam, please come forward and receive a token of appreciation from Professor Dr. Hussain Moizuddin Qadri. Thank you so much for coming here and representing Turkish Consul General in Lahore. Dear audience, it is our privilege to acknowledge the valued support of our esteemed sponsor whose partnership has significantly contributed to the success of 4th International Maritime Conference. I would like to invite Mr. Kashif Sana, Director Vital Group and Vital T, and Chief Coordinator Muhammad Taha to please receive a token of appreciation from Professor Dr. Hussain Moizuddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, and Professor Dr. Khurram Shehzad. Thank you so much. Now, in keeping with the proud tradition of Karima, we confer the Lifetime Achievement Award upon an individual whose distinguished career reflects unwavering dedication and exceptional service to the maritime sector. This honor stands as a tribute to the enduring contributions, visionary leadership, and lasting impact on the advancement of maritime excellence. Now, this time, the name we have, he had an illustrated naval career. He undertook various field, staff, and command appointments. Among these are the salient appointments are Commanding Officer of Hydrographic Survey Vessel, Hydrographer of Pakistan, and Commandant Pakistan Naval Academy. So there is a long list of his achievements, but I know that you have already understood that who is the recipient of this award this year. And this 2026 award goes to Rear Admiral Muhammad Khalid, Hilal Imtiaz Military, Director General Operations, Port Qasim Authority. Among his achievement is that he was the member technical committee on extension of continental shelf, and he played a pivotal role in challenging Indian continental shelf claim at UN and achieving favorable decisions for Pakistan. And also he has played leading role in finalizing memorandum of understanding between Pakistan Navy and China Geological Survey for marine research. Thank you so much, sir. I know that there is a long list and you have, mashallah, so many achievements on your credit. Thank you so much. You may please be seated, and I will take the great honor to introduce Professor Dr. Hussain Moinuddin Qadri, Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University, Lahore, a distinguished scholar, a visionary leader, and internationally respected voice in education, governance, and socio-economic development. Professor Dr. Qadri is widely recognized for his academic contribution and his commitment to promoting research, dialogue, and sustainable progress at both national and global levels. One of his notable achievements is his appointments as UNESCO Chair on Peace, Education, and Intercultural Dialogue, and we must applaud him for that. This is a very proud thing for the whole Pakistan, actually. It is a prestigious recognition that reflects his dedication to fostering global understanding, tolerance, and harmony through education. And as an accomplished academic and policymaker, he has consistently advocated for knowledge-driven development, institutional reform, and youth empowerment. His insights on governance, economic strategy, and societal transformation continue to inspire meaningful change. And we are truly privileged that Professor Dr. Hussain Moinuddin Qadri, he has joined us today, and we look forward to benefiting from his valuable perspectives and thought-provoking address. Thank you so much, Professor Dr. Hussain, for your thought-provoking and informative talk. Now I request Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director, Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs, to kindly share the progress report of Karima over the years since its establishment and the declaration of this 2 days 4th International Maritime Conference 2026.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Salatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah. Honorable Deputy Chairman, Board of Governors, Minhaj University Lahore, Professor Dr. Hussain Moinuddin Qadri, worthy Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shehzad, esteemed Chief Guest of Honor, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, assalamu alaikum. It's a pleasure with all of you during 2 days of this international conference. I must acknowledge excellent paper presentations and healthy discussions carried out in panel discussions. Our keynote speakers, panelists, presenters spoke well today and yesterday, of course, and our renowned session chairs and panel moderators comprehensively concluded the sessions. Therefore, I can conclude that the purpose of today's conference has been completely accomplished. In the light of proposed recommendations, I will read the conference declaration. Number 1, agriculture, which consumes nearly 90% of our fresh water, this must undergo smart transformation. Precision irrigation, satellite-based crop monitoring, and crop zoning can reduce water waste while increasing productivity. A transition from flood irrigation to drip and sprinkle systems is not optional, it is essential. Number 2, the wastewater must no longer be seen as waste, but as a resource. A national wastewater recycling framework can recover billions of cubic meters of usable water annually. Industries must adopt zero liquid discharge technologies, and cities must invest in modern treatment systems. For this purpose, the public and private partnerships should be encouraged for water recycling at institutional and community levels. We also need to build the culture of water preservation through educational and policy reforms. Third, our coastal economy presents immense opportunity by developing sustainable blue economic zones in Karachi and Gwadar, powered by renewable energy and guided by environmental safeguards. Pakistan can generate employment, boost exports, and protect marine ecosystems simultaneously. Number four, we must restore and protect our mangroves, which are natural shields against climate change and powerful carbon sinks. Through blue carbon financing and community-based stewardship, conservation can become both environmentally and economically rewarding. Fifth, data-driven governance is crucial. A national water intelligence system integrating satellite monitoring, AI-based dot prediction, and groundwater mapping can revolutionize decision-making and transparency. A few recommendations, major recommendations, which are being proposed by the Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri. The first one is Pakistan Maritime Academy should be upscaled into a maritime university. This institution must integrate maritime science with the study of Islamic ethics and social finance. Number two, the government should allocate and collaborate with the Islamic financial institutions to issue first blue sukuk, which are known as Islamic bonds. Finally, research and innovation must be financed. A national green and blue economic innovation fund can empower universities, startups, and industries to pioneer sustainable technologies for water desalination, marine biotechnology, and water management. CREMA is looking forward for a combined effort and support from all stakeholders. In this regard, the Vice Chancellor Minhaj University Lahore has also proposed the formation of a representative committee that will deliberate on the theme of each year's conference, respond to the emerging national and global maritime challenges, and guide the community for this continuous dialogue. Water security is a national security now. The green and blue economy is not merely a concept, it is a strategic pathway towards resilience, prosperity, and sustainability. The time for incremental change has passed. The time for integrated, innovative, and courageous policy action is now. Ladies and gentlemen, Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs at Minhaj University Lahore is a dedicated platform committed to advancing maritime knowledge, policy innovation, and sustainable water and ocean governance in Pakistan. CREMA has successfully bridged the gap between academic research and practical maritime policy making. CREMA is deeply committed to capacity building by engaging students, young researchers, and professionals. In last 4 years since its inception, CREMA has conducted more than 100 seminars and webinars covering various domains of maritime. 4 summer and winter schools, 4 seafood festivals, 4 national conferences, 4 international conferences, published 18 issues of its quarterly newsletter, and 8 issues of its HEC recognized biannual journal. Numerous master and doctor students have conducted their research in maritime domain at Minhaj University Lahore. CREMA is the first center to launch the certification on shrimps course, on the course or certification on the shrimps in collaboration with the Fisheries Department, Punjab. The center is nurturing next generations of maritime scholars and policy experts. The recommendations of these conducts has been forwarded to the Ministry of Maritime Affairs, Ministry of Defense, Naval Headquarters, Islamabad, and relevant stakeholders through our conference proceedings, national dialogues, issues of public research journals, and quarterly newsletter. In the end, I would like to congratulate the visionary leadership of Minhaj University Lahore, Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, Vice Chancellor, Minhaj University Lahore, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Registrar, Minhaj University Lahore, and Chief Organizer of this conference, Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad, and tirelessly working CREMA team, conveners and members of all working committees and all directorates of Minhaj University Lahore. I would like to thank our sponsors and knowledge partners for making this conference a reality. Hope to see you all in our upcoming 5th National Conference, which is planned to be held in May 2026, and 5th International Conference in December 2026. Wish you all best of luck. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you, dear students, for being here with us. And we are moving closer to the conclusion of today's conference. I would like to request Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri, Professor Dr. Sajid Mahmood Shahzad, Professor Dr. Khurram Shahzad, and the esteemed guests to please come forward to present souvenirs to our guests. It is my distinct honor to invite esteemed Fahimur Rahman Sehgal, President Lahore Chamber of Commerce and Industry, to kindly receive the souvenir as a token of appreciation for being here with us. Thank you so much, sir. Unki ho ke ye? Okay. Okay, I would like to invite Ms. Beetle. Please come forward to receive your shield from Professor Dr. These are the books by Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri. She is the Vice Consul General here in Pakistan, representing Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, we extend our sincere appreciation to our esteemed sponsors for their gracious contribution and support toward the success of this conference. First, I would like to invite Karachi Port Trust. Please, I would like to request the team to come forward and receive the souvenir from Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri. Sir, please. Sir, you are the leader of the team. They were here, I guess, maybe. They have also set up stall here in Minhaj University, and you must visit their stall and know more about Karachi Port Trust. Thank you so much. Next, I would like to invite Port Qasim Authority. Thank you so much for your generous contribution for making this 4th International Maritime Conference a success. Our sponsors, Pakistan National Shipping Corporation, and the other, they are not present here. So now we greatly acknowledge our esteemed knowledge partners whose intellectual collaboration and scholarly support have enriched the depth and impact of this conference. And now I would like to invite a representative of Lahore College for Women, University Lahore. Madam, please come forward and receive the shield on behalf of Lahore College for Women University. Also, I would like to invite Pakistan International Freight Forwarding Association's Chairman, Mr. Jameel Ahmed. Sir, please come forward and receive the shield. Dear audience, we come to a moment of celebration, recognizing the outstanding research contributions showcased in our poster presentation segment. These presentations, they reflect innovation, analytical depth, and a strong commitment to advancing knowledge across discipline. It's my pleasure to announce the winners from the categories of humanities, social sciences, and sciences. And the first winner is Muhammad Bilal from social sciences. Muhammad Bilal, please come forward and receive your shield for presenting the best poster from social sciences. A huge round of applause for our students who have shared their research with us. Yes. They are receiving a shield and a gift of book. The next is Miss Mehreen Rana from Natural Sciences. Miss Mehreen Rana, congratulations. And lastly, from humanities, we have Miss Mahnoor Jaleel, who has won the award for the best poster from humanities. Miss Mahnoor Jaleel. Ladies and gentlemen, let's once again applaud our distinguished faculty members whose vision and tireless efforts have been instrumental in making IMC 2026 a resounding success. So I would like to invite Dr. Muhammad Ishfaq, Director Karima. Sir, please receive your shield. President Chamber of Lahore Chamber of Commerce, sir, please join Professor Dr. Hussain Muhyiddin Qadri in presenting the souvenirs. Sir, kya ho gaya? Now I would like to invite Ms. Rabia Shafiq, Research Associate, Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs. Ms. Rabia, please receive your shield. Ms. Memuna Maria, faculty member, Minhaj University, Lahore, please receive your shield. This conference is possible with the efforts of all the faculty members. Mr. Usman Jameen, Deputy Director, Marketing. So please receive your shield. And we take this moment to sincerely commend Dr. Hussain for his exemplary leadership and steadfast commitment to the progress of Minhaj University, Lahore, and the Center of Research and Innovation in Maritime Affairs. His vision and guidance have played a pivotal role in strengthening academic excellence and advancing maritime research initiatives. So I respectfully invite him to receive the shield as a token of our deep appreciation and gratitude. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Finally, now I request our stage coordinator of today's conference, Dr. Wakasia Naeem, to receive her souvenir as a token of appreciation. A big round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Now I request all the distinguished speakers and guests to please join us on stage for the concluding group photograph. All the guests and the organizers,